simply by looking at the trail that's left behind.
So she says she's 17. She looks kind of like she's 12.
Said to me, you know, if you tried to do this in New York City, take a picture of a man, he'd break your camera.
There's something very, very uncomfortable about this.
Today, white supremacist blends.
This area can be the new Silicon Valley.
There was not a cot in the warehouse, not one cot in the warehouse.
We're so far deep at this point that there's no turning back. This is a long road ahead.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Sorry. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning.
This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
That's not normal.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Are we at a tipping point?
Face the questions you want answered. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
CBS This Morning.
Together, we have built a movement.
We choose hope over fear.
We kept fighting.
Our work starts now.
We are going to unite together.
Time has come to turn the page.
We're going to rebuild the United States.
Tonight, they want to be your president. Now, this is your chance to see if they have what it takes. The CBS News Democratic Debate, streaming tonight on CBSM.
This is the United States of America. There's not a damn thing we've been unable to do once we set our mind to it.
I believe that 2020 is our moment in history. We have been called to dream big, fight hard, and win.
The way we will build the movement to defeat Donald Trump is to call people into our tent, not to call them names online.
What we're trying to do is not just defeat Trump, but is to transform our economy and the way our government does business.
And I give Senator Sanders a lot of credit, but I profoundly disagree with his solutions.
We need you to vote because you've got to vote like your life depends on it. Because it literally does.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. We are just an hour away from tonight's Democratic debate in South Carolina. This debate may be the most important yet, coming just days before the South Carolina primary and 1 week before Super Tuesday, when a third of all delegates are at stake. Our latest CBS News poll shows Joe Biden with a shrinking lead in South Carolina over the apparent national frontrunner, Bernie Sanders. Billionaire Democratic donor Tom Steyer is polling third. As Ed O'Keefe reports, the biggest question is whether anyone can slow down Bernie Sanders, who could be on track to take a significant delegate lead.
Just hours from now, candidates will take this stage for the final debate before Saturday's South Carolina primary and next week's Super Tuesday, when voters in 14 states cast ballots. At center stage tonight, Senator Bernie Sanders, the frontrunner, who's likely to face fresh attacks from more moderate opponents. For the first time, the Sanders campaign is providing what it says is a detailed plan to pay for some of the senator's most ambitious ideas, like Medicare for all, universal child care, and free public college.
Thank you all very much.
His competitors say the math doesn't add up, and it's those kinds of proposals that worry congressional Democrats, like Virginia's Donald McEachin, a supporter of former Vice President Joe Biden.
You know, he's a Democratic socialist, he's an independent, he's whatever he wants to be until it's time to run for president. Now he wants to be a Democrat. That dog doesn't hunt in Virginia.
Michael Bloomberg has also signaled he plans to go after Sanders. He spent the last few days holed up with his team in Florida. Aides say he's aware of how his answers in the last debate to questions about his treatment of women were received and is preparing to actively respond tonight. After that debate, Bloomberg released 3 women who accused him of inappropriate and offensive comments from their non-disclosure agreements.
It was 30 years ago. Get over it.
In an exclusive interview with CBS News, his longtime partner, Diana Taylor, defended the former mayor's use of non-disclosure agreements.
In none of them was he accused of doing anything than saying something nasty to a woman. That is not who he is. Life has changed.
And Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Conant, Antoine Seawright, and Jamie Lovegrove join me now. Ed is a CBS News political correspondent. Caitlin is CBS News political director. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Jamie is a political reporter for the Post and Courier newspaper. Welcome to you all. Here we are, the countdown, T-minus an hour. Ed, let me start with you. We heard those comments at the end of your piece. We just had Aaron McPike on, but what is the Bloomberg campaign telling you about this?
So they say what she said does not reflect the views of the campaign. But there is one thing Ms. Taylor said that we should point out. She says that he wasn't accused of saying anything offensive or inappropriate. That's not true. He has been accused of that. And that's at the heart of these issues. There have been reports written by all sorts of news organizations in recent weeks about the origin of these NDAs, why they exist, and one of the reasons they exist is because of some boorish or at least inappropriate things that he had said at one time or another. He, of course, has apologized, says he doesn't feel that way, talk that way anymore, but, certainly potential that it comes up yet again tonight.
And Caitlin, after what we saw from Bloomberg in the last debate, how critical will his performance be tonight? How much pressure is there on him?
So there's a lot of pressure. Expectations are really high. I think he and his campaign admitted that the last debate performance was not his strongest. This is the last time that voters are going to see him on a debate stage ahead of Super Tuesday. And Ed and I were actually laughing the other day because I told him I was at a wedding, and we follow this stuff so closely. I know that Bloomberg is not actually on the ballot here in South Carolina and wasn't on the other early states. But some people were telling me, I don't think his money and his ads are really working because he didn't even place in Iowa. And I said, I wonder. And then he's on the debate stage. So how many other people are having those same thoughts and think he had a bad debate and then he didn't place in Nevada? Right. So I'm curious how that's going to affect his performance as well.
It is interesting to think about that. So Antoine, given what Caitlin just pointed out, how important, though, is it going to be for other candidates to engage with Michael Bloomberg ahead of Super Tuesday, where he is very much on the ballot? In fact, all chips for him are squarely on Super Tuesday.
I think it has to be a game of balance because Michael Bloomberg has not collected one single delegate to this process. So I think it will be campaign malpractice to attack someone who does not have any delegates in their breadbasket, instead of attacking what we all assume to be the Democratic frontrunner, Bernie Sanders. Michael Bloomberg can do well on Super Tuesday, but not do well enough to keep up with Bernie Sanders. So it's a game of math. So I think candidates have to be very strategic. And I say this before and I say this again, no matter the differences we may appear to have as Democrats, they do not compare, Ed O'Keefe, to the differences we have with the other side. And so at the end of the day, what we say and do on the debate stage tonight will be used against us in the court of public opinion in the fall.
Something tells me that Ed has pressed Antoine on that particular line of questioning in the past. So we're going to continue that later. There's plenty of time for that discussion. But Jamie, let me turn to you because I want to ask about the other billionaire on the stage, Tom Steyer. Turn on the TV here. That is all I have seen, really. He's been rising in the polls here recently. Tell us about the ambitious goals that he set yesterday.
Yeah, well, he said, I was with him in Hilton Head yesterday morning, and he had made it quite clear that his goal is to win the state of South Carolina, not just to come in the top 3, which is kind of what he had been saying. Yeah, he wants to win this thing. His goal is to get 25%. That may not sound like a lot, but in this divided field, that would be more than enough to get it. You know, he has certainly risen, but it is one thing to get to 15% in this very fractured field, to get folks who are dissatisfied with the rest of the candidates, but to get that extra 10 is going to be very difficult. And we have seen the former vice president consolidating some of his support in South Carolina over the past few weeks. And so, you know, he's given it a real run here. He's been far more successful with his millions of dollars in South Carolina than he was in Nevada or Iowa or New Hampshire. Not only has he been on the TV, not only is he being in everyone's mailboxes, but he has a very extensive ground game, mostly paid organizers, not necessarily volunteers. Again, he has resources that none of these other candidates have. So it has certainly shaken up this race in South Carolina. It has probably hurt Vice President Biden, and Bernie Sanders is sitting there in the middle watching these two other candidates get closer and closer to him in the polls. He could sneak out a pretty shocking victory here, and that would, you know, if he's not already the front runner, that would certainly put him in the driver's seat.
Antoine is expressing such skepticism. I have to go to him. His eyes are just beaming with skepticism right now.
I know where Antoine comes from here.
The word win is going to be defined differently by each campaign. Right. If Bernie Sanders comes in second tonight, he's going to couch that as a win, Caitlin, because he's been underwater for a very long time. And if you're like me, I worked for Hillary here in this state in 2016. He came in second place in 2016. So how you define win will be up to the candidate. For Tom Steyer, a win could be coming in third place because he has not placed delegates to this point in the process, and he's on political life support. So be careful how we use the word win tonight. And to my dear friend Jamie, who I love and respect, I've always said, to be clear, I think the fight in South Carolina is for second place because you cannot underestimate the depth and the width of the relationships the Vice President Biden has in the state for a very long time that transcend generations.
Nevertheless, Caitlin, let me bring up this notion, though, that there is sort of this direct line that one can draw, given our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker, of voters who maybe were supporting Joe Biden, at least some of them, who have now said they have switched over specifically to Tom Steyer.
Right. Well, that's the question, is how much of Biden support does he chip away here? And to Antoine's point, like, a lot of these campaigns are on life support right now because they've got South Carolina on Saturday, and Super Tuesday is right around the corner. And if they don't do well here, they run out of money, and there's just no path to go forward. No one ever drops out because they're like, I don't think I should be president anymore. And they don't have the funds to keep going.
The reality of the picture, before
exactly.
that,
And that's why this debate tonight matters, because it is the last time we're seeing them on the stage together. And I was thinking about it today. Sanders, Klobuchar, and Warren, the three senators in the race, all announced last February.
Right.
So they've been doing this for over a year.
Yeah.
It's been a really long process. It was a really big field, and we're starting to winnow down, and people are really paying attention.
But I wonder, both of you, because you've both done this before, you have a primary Saturday and primaries, plural, Tuesday.
Yes.
Could you really conceivably, logistically, financially drop out with 4 days to go? I mean, don't you just limp into Tuesday and hope for the best?
You go into Super Tuesday limping and everything else you can imagine, hoping that Super Tuesday will be your political hospital where you can rehab yourself for the next leg of this race. However, there are candidates on the debate stage tonight, Jamie Lovegrove, who have not spent any money into Super Tuesday states. And if you do not have name ID, if you do not have a body of work that people can point to and appreciate, you're pushing water up a political hill, Ed O'Keefe, for Super Tuesday.
He's doing that. I don't know why.
There's no incentive to drop out if your name's already on the ballot, right?
Well, it also just depends on how you place, because sometimes you want to go out with your head held high.
Yeah.
And if you don't do well here, and you think you're going to have a really poor showing on Super Tuesday too, you're going to have to make a tough decision.
Because think of this, one other dynamic on Tuesday, Minnesota, Massachusetts, and Vermont all vote on Tuesday. Probably potentially only one of those senators could win their home state.
Right. And let me ask you
and
this.
And it's not Amy Klobuchar.
So, but let me get back to, like, tonight, though. I mean, Caitlin, I want to direct this to you because obviously, as someone who's worked on campaigns, the last debate around, we talked about the fact that you really reach these critical junctures in a campaign where you look at that bank account and you see what is the reality of the path before me, right? Is this moment tonight an actual series of opportunities, perhaps, for people, as Antoine would put it, to what did you say about one of the campaigns last time? I think you said you have some life after political death.
Yes.
Resurrecting one's campaign.
Exactly.
You're getting good.
Because, yes, these Antoineisms are sticking in my brain. But this is the idea that if you have 1 or 2 or 3 moments, that could be enough for some donors to open up their checkbooks and give you just enough to keep powering along.
Right, and it's all about how you spin it. Like Amy Klobuchar unquestionably had a really strong debate in New Hampshire, and then half of voters said that they made up their mind in those last few days, and she got third and painted third as a victory because she surpassed expectations. And so that is what all these candidates are hoping for, that tonight people will give them a second look. And we even saw it at the last debate. Senator Warren went up in the polls after a strong performance.
And both of them raised millions in the process.
Right. Yeah. And they're going to, I think all these candidates, they know that tonight is the night, and they're going to come out swinging.
But two things. She raised millions, but those millions did not transfer to momentum at the polls. And so while it may be good to flirt with, saying you had a good debate and you enjoyed the moment, it did not turn into a movement.
Well, wasn't the problem in Nevada that 75,000 people had already cast their ballot?
Well, that's going to be my next point.
So she paid this forward.
She did, but you just took my next point. Stop robbing me.
About time. Well, you make so many.
Something going on here. I don't know what
Please stop your political robbery. But two things.
Don't make me come over there.
Texas, California, South Carolina, North Carolina, and I think Minnesota have already started early voting. So this debate tonight is bigger than the South Carolina primary on Saturday. This is about really shaping the conversation and shaping the narrative of what momentum looks like going into Super Tuesday and beyond.
So Mayor Bloomberg has had the resources to actually be able to play there. Again, he didn't get on the ballot in the first 4 early states. So he has a large staff who are doing work in all of these places, and he has money and resources. And so we're just going to find out if that amounts to anything, which is super interesting because no one has played that game before.
Yeah, right. I know. Talk about unconventional,
Seriously,
right?
Yeah.
So let's zoom back into tonight and what's happening. Ed, let me ask you about let me ask you about Senator Sanders. So much has changed with respect to the storylines surrounding his campaign compared to just last week. What are some of the lines of attack against him that we should expect tonight?
This Castro wrinkle that came up in the 60 Minutes interview isn't so much about Cuba and Castro, although it is, and it's certainly it's a nuclear bomb going off in South Florida for Democrats because they're just terrified now of the prospect of having to run with him at the top of the ticket. But it's emblematic of a much larger issue. There are so many things he believes or has said through the years that he stands by and will not pivot off of that are going to be problems for Democrats up and down a ballot all across the country. The majority makers, we talked to Don McEachin, the congressman from Richmond, Virginia today, who said, look, I work with those 30 majority makers, as they're called, the ones that gave Democrats the majority in November 2018, and many of them are terrified of having to potentially put distance between themselves and the Democratic nominee if he is ultimately the one that's chosen to do it. So on all sorts of issues, and some of them may come up tonight, it's going to be potentially a really challenging night for him to explain things. The other big one that didn't come up last time, we'll see if it comes up tonight. Only Caitlin on this stage would know because she's been involved in planning, is, so put your poker face on, is the issue of gun control. There was a lot of hope and expectation it would be a topic of conversation last week in Las Vegas, where, of course, that large mass shooting occurred. We are literally 2 blocks from the Mother Emanuel AME Baptist Church, where the death of 9 people happened at the hand of a gunman. It is top of mind, and it is one way that Joe Biden and Mike Bloomberg especially would like to call out the fact that Bernie Sanders for years had a far more open mind when it comes to gun policy, one that does not line up with the current Democratic Party.
And Antoine, I'm going to let you have the last word here because I think they're wrapping me because you lost a very dear friend at Mother Emanuel. So tell us a little bit about that topic.
No one on this set was impacted by Emanuel Moore. I lost a friend. a mentor. Jennifer Pinckney lost her husband. The two daughters lost their father. Clem Pinckney's wife will be sitting in that audience tonight. Joe Cunningham and Jim Clyburn, two Democratic members of Congress from South Carolina, were sponsors of the Charleston loophole legislation that will close the Charleston loophole that could prevent the white supremacist Dylan Roof from getting a gun, killing 9 people. It will be malpractice if someone does not cover the issue of gun control, because whether it's South Carolina, Florida, California, even Nevada, that issue cuts through every community. And whether you're a Democrat, Republican, centrist, socialist, whatever you are, it will have some impact on you if we do not do something.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, Caitlin Conan, Antoine Seawright, and Jamie Lovegrove, thank you all. Really great to see you all. Appreciate it. Still to come, Congresswoman Marcia Fudge joins us next to explain why the candidates need to win support from African Americans during tonight's debate. You're streaming Red and Blue from Charleston, South Carolina. As we've mentioned, CBS News is co-hosting tonight's debate with the Congressional Black Caucus Institute. Saturday's primary in South Carolina is expected to be the first major test for candidates in how they appeal to black voters. Congresswoman Marcia Fudge represents Ohio's 11th congressional district. She's a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, and she joins me now. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being with us.
It's my pleasure to be here.
So how important is tonight's debate to win support from African American voters?
I think this may be their last best chance to talk to people like me. There are no more debates. This is the last big stage they're going to have. I think tonight is going to be especially important to anyone who believes that they have an opportunity or a chance to get black votes.
What issues do you think black voters want to hear addressed tonight?
You know, I think it's interesting that people think that black people are different than other people. We all believe in the same thing. We all want to make sure our children get an education that gives them a chance to succeed. We all want to take care of people who are sick. We want to feed people who are hungry. We want to do that too. We're across the street from historic Mother Emanuel. We want to hear about gun control. What are you going to do to make our neighborhoods and our communities safer? We want to hear what it is that's going to make me vote for you. Why does voting for you make a difference in my life and the lives of people I care about?
You previously endorsed Senator Kamala Harris.
I did.
Do you intend to endorse another candidate?
I probably will.
And do you have a sense, though? What is it that your mind is made up right now, or are you listening for something
No,
from the
my
debate
mind's
stage?
not made up. I'm going to listen tonight because I represent a large minority population. I want for someone to convince me that I am going to be able to do better by my people by them being in the White House. So I'm going to give them a last shot at it.
And what specifically are you listening for?
I'm listening for things like that are happening today. We're talking about cutting free and reduced lunch and breakfast in schools. We're talking about taking money from public education. We are saying to people adults with no children, we're going to take you off of food stamps. We're saying we're going to take away after-school programs and summer programs. And we're saying to seniors, we're going to block grant Medicaid. So depending upon what state you live in will depend upon whether you get care. We have to make sure that we take care of all of our citizens, not just some.
So let's talk about some specific candidates. Pete Buttigieg has struggled, as you know, to gain traction among voters of color. From your perspective, what do you think he needs to do to improve his standing with those voters?
I don't know that there's much he can do. I think he has blown that opportunity. He has had chance after chance after chance.
How has he blown it?
Well, because he's not addressed the issues. When the issues are raised about what happens about a black shooting in your city, he doesn't answer. He'll say, oh, we learn from our mistakes. What are you going to do? When we say gentrification is destroying black people's homes and businesses in your community, oh, we learn from our mistakes. But what are you going to do? Do you ever say, I'm sorry, I blew it, I made a mistake, and I'm going to fix it? He hasn't done that, and he's been running for months and months. I think he has blown his chance at that.
More broadly, then, are you looking for apologies from some of these candidates on the stage?
But I'm looking for someone to at least admit that they made a mistake. I don't care if it's just an apology. Just an apology that's empty does nothing for me. I want someone who actually says, I didn't do what I should have, and I'm going to make it right, or I'm going to at least try to make it better.
Senator Bernie Sanders has won the popular vote in 3 early states so far, and you've expressed doubts over his ability to beat President Trump, and you've said you're hopeful the candidate will be center-left. Why don't you believe that Senator Sanders can beat the president?
Well, I think this is kind of starting out very much like it did in 2016. He's won 2 caucuses, which are really not representative of the people. The caucuses are the most undemocratic process we have. And then he's won a state that is almost 90+% white. I don't think yet he has shown me that he has the ability to take it all the way. He may. I don't know. I think that that's what the process is for us to see who comes out of it.
Do you believe the House majority would be in jeopardy if Sanders was at the top of the ticket?
It would not be for me, but there are some people who do believe it would be for them.
Do you think that Senator Sanders should start pivoting towards the center at all, even if his message continues to work in the Democratic primary?
No, I think he should be who he is. And then people will either accept it or not. I don't think that he should change who he is, no.
What about Joe Biden? I want to ask you about the slip that we have seen in his support. He still has sizable support among African-American voters in this state, but it's not as high as it once was. What do you think that's attributable to?
Well, I never thought it would be. I mean, he started out with a name recognition that no one else had. He started out before people started spending millions of dollars in this community, in this state. Tom Steyer spent $16 million, so maybe his name recognition is about the same now. Just this past month, another candidate spent $300,000. I don't expect for things not to change. I think when people get to know others, they think about things differently. So it's not a surprise to me.
Back on your endorsement, do you have a time frame? Are you going to be making a decision here right after the debate?
I think I owe it to the people I represent to make a decision. And I'd like to do it before our election. I'm hopeful I may even do it before Super Tuesday.
Before Super Tuesday?
Possibly.
You don't care to give us a little hint on it?
Not at all.
Okay. Representative Marcia Fudge, Congresswoman, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Coming up after a break, we will check in with our Anthony Salvanto next to get the latest on the state of the race in South Carolina. You're streaming Red and Blue. Just a few moments ago, South Carolina Democratic Congressman and House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn spoke on the debate stage. Here's some of his remarks.
Thanks to all of you for gracing us with your presence this evening. Thanks to CBS and Twitter and to the Democratic National Committee for co-sponsoring with the Congressional Black Caucus Institute this great debate. Many of you coming in to Charleston from the east, north, you probably were greeted by several billboards that read, "Making America's greatness accessible and affordable for all." That is what this year's campaign is all about. That's what this debate is all about. Looking at these candidates and making a decision, an informed decision, as to which one of them is best suited to help us fulfill the greatness of this country. This is a great country. Our challenge is to make all of its greatness accessible and affordable for all of its citizens. Thank you and Godspeed.
The contest in South Carolina looks very different today than it did last fall. According to our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker, Joe Biden has only a single-digit lead over Bernie Sanders. Support for the former vice president has fallen by double digits. Businessman Tom Steyer has made significant gains. For more, let's bring in Anthony Salvanto and Caitlin Huey-Burns. Anthony is the CBS News Elections and Surveys Director, and Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter. Great to see you both. Caitlin, let me start with you. Let's talk about debate strategy tonight. Is it clear what former Vice President Joe Biden needs to do tonight to ensure that he emerges victorious on Saturday?
That's right. There is so much at stake for Joe Biden here in South Carolina because he has said all along that this state would be kind of his firewall, his saving grace, that even if he didn't do well in the earlier contest, that by the time he got to South Carolina, that's where the campaign would really begin. So tonight is not only the last debate before South Carolina, it's the last debate before Super Tuesday, where as you've been counting the delegates, that's where the bulk of the delegates are. Last time he had a decent debate, but he was kind of overshadowed by Michael Bloomberg's debate performance and Bernie Sanders. Today, it will be interesting to see kind of who he decides to go after. Does he let Elizabeth Warren kind of take it to Bloomberg, and does he try to make his case specifically to South Carolinians, or does he try to go after Bernie Sanders and try to cut into his support, or do we see him taking attacks or going after Tom Steyer, who in the Battleground Tracker poll has been gaining support among black voters, which of course has been a key constituency for Biden.
Right. So, Caitlin, what about Senator Sanders? What approach does he take tonight, considering he now has his front-runner status?
That's right. So that front-runner status comes with a big target on your back if you are Bernie Sanders. And in the last debate, a lot of the candidates didn't even go after him. They focused their ire on Michael Bloomberg. I think that dynamic will change tonight, especially as you see Bernie Sanders rising, not only in polling, but look, he's won Nevada, he won New Hampshire, he did well in Iowa. He is, by all accounts, considered in front-runner status at this point. So do these candidates try to band together to take him down, or do we see a repetition of what we saw last time with Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg maybe going after each other and splitting up that portion of the party?
Anthony, let me turn to you. It was so interesting to look at the latest CBS News Battleground Tracker and see some of the shifts that have happened in just the span of really what's a short amount of time, just a few months. Last fall wasn't that long ago. We've seen, of course, a big shift in Joe Biden's support among African-American voters. Is it clear that leading up to Saturday, that group is still going to be a reliable voting bloc for him based on what you're seeing in the numbers?
No is the short answer.
Yeah.
You know, he's still got a lead among African-American voters here, but it's a lot more narrow. It's almost 20 points different than it used to be. And the reason for that is, I mean, to you guys' point about when the campaign begins, campaign spin aside, the fact is it didn't just begin, right? And what's happened is, and we've asked this in the polling, what has the results of Joe Biden's performances done to your impression of whether or not he can win? And by a large margin, more people who have a view say that they think it's made it less likely to be the Democratic nominee. So that's true across African-American voters and white voters and everyone. So you look at that and you say, okay, people are starting to make this electability calculus. They're starting to wonder, okay, is this a campaign that they can get behind? And while it's still true that a bulk of them say yes to that, it's not as persuasive now for them, at least not what they're telling us in the polling, as it used to be.
Right. It's interesting to see how those perceptions are shifting then the numbers in actual support. And I guess, we'll find out obviously on Saturday what the result ultimately is. How important, though, Anthony, to South Carolina Democrats is defeating President Trump in the general election? Because that's something we've heard about across the board leading up to this night. Does that continue to be the case here?
It does, but the second beat on that is they're not convinced of which candidate is the clear choice to do it. You look at national matchups, and all of these candidates, including, frankly, Bernie Sanders, are neck and neck or just a little bit ahead of Donald Trump nationally, which, if you were to translate that into a general election, would be at best a toss-up. And 2/3 of Americans actually expect the president to be reelected at that point, maybe because this Democratic race is unsettled. But you start with tonight, and one of the things, just to raise the stakes for everybody here a little bit, right, is that in our polling, 2/3 of Democrats say they're going to watch this debate. So it should be a fairly large audience.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, 1/3 of them say they will definitely watch. And on top of that, you find there's almost this rooting dynamic where people who are enthusiastic about their candidate are even more likely to tune in than people who haven't made up their minds yet. So yes, there's some persuasion to go on, but it's also for people to look and cement the support that they already have, because that's going to be a big part of this audience too. And enthusiasm leads to turnout, which leads to vote results. So that's how you get the steps from here to Saturday.
Right. So, Anthony, during the debate tonight, you're going to be conducting an instant poll. What exactly does that entail?
Well, the first thing we pollsters do is we try to count up the number of fight metaphors that the pundits use. Boxing analogies.
Gloves off.
The gloves are off.
Pull the punches.
The knives are sharpened. All those things.
All right.
But no, seriously. What we're going to be doing.
People at home can play along on that one. Yeah.
I'm kidding. But what we're going to do is we're going to interview people who watch the debate. We're going to talk to them immediately afterwards. They already know that the survey's coming, so they promised to take it. And so that's going to be a representative sample of everybody nationwide who's watched this. And we're going to ask them all the questions that you all are asking. What do you think was the best moment? Who do you think impressed you? Did anybody impress you? Who made their case that they could beat the president tonight? So we'll get a read on the impressions that this debate makes right away. That's the goal.
Can't wait to see those results. Anthony Salvanto and Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you both very much. Still to come, we will check back in with our panel to get their final thoughts ahead of tonight's Democratic debate. You're streaming Red and Blue live from Charleston, South Carolina. just minutes away from the start of tonight's Democratic presidential primary debate in South Carolina. This is a live look from inside the debate hall in Charleston. 7 candidates will soon take the stage for a critical debate ahead of Saturday's primary and next week's Super Tuesday contests. I'm joined right now by Antoine Seawright, Leslie Sanchez, Linda Tran, and Molly Hooper. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is also a CBS News political contributor and is a Republican strategist. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Molly is a CBSN political contributor. Welcome to all of you. All right, I want to start with the same question for all of you. What is the one thing that you're going to be keeping a close eye on during tonight's debate? Antoine, we'll start with you.
The intensity of the attacks early on Bernie Sanders. To this point, he's gone untouched, unbothered, unscorched through this process, and he is the Democratic frontrunner if you do math, if you count delegates, and if you gauge momentum. So I would look for the intensity of the attacks and how will people define Michael Bloomberg being on this debate stage tonight, the most consequential debate in this process where black and brown voters will finally have a real say-so in this process, and this is the only debate before Super Tuesday.
Leslie, what about you?
No, knowing that the intensity is on Sanders, that he is basically having a Democratic socialist insurgency within the Democratic Party, how are they fighting back? Is this going to be kind of a soft glove approach, knowing they're going to have to bring the party together? Or is it so aggressive it's going to do extensive damage as we move through the year? And it really depends on the intensity, good word by Antoine over here, but the severity of those jabs.
What about you, Linda?
For me, it's all about Joe Biden, and he has made it all about himself. This is South Carolina. This is the moment we've all been waiting for to see if he really does have the overwhelming support of black voters in this community, which we think would be predictive of the kind of support he would have around the country. And it's honestly really do or die for him.
Molly?
Ditto.
Yeah.
Ditto with all these individuals say, but particularly Joe Biden, because this really, I mean, this is the 10th debate that he's participated in. He's done okay in the other ones, but really in terms of differentiate himself from the other candidates, he hasn't gone there. And at this point, he hasn't won any of the first 3 contests. It's time for him to go there. And what that looks like, we'll have to see tonight.
Linda, I want to ask you about some political news that's just developing. So the Buttigieg campaign just put out this memo outlining what they see as their path to the nomination. They say their goal is, quote, to minimize Sanders' margins on Super Tuesday and rack up delegates in the March 10th and March 17th contests, which are much more favorable to us. What does that tell you about their expectations for South Carolina and Super Tuesday?
It tells you a lot about both South Carolina and Super Tuesday, specifically that they're setting expectations that they're not going to do that well. I was wondering when one of these campaigns was essentially going to reveal their snapshot, their pathway to victory, because every single presidential campaign does this incessantly.
Yeah.
You know, the calculation of the numbers, if we just go up by 2 points with this demographic group or down 5 points with this other demographic group, how does that look? Do we actually have a pathway to victory? This is what we mean when we say that. And so what they're telling us is they've crunched the numbers and their best and brightest hopes are further along. We also saw that they just put out a fundraising email from their campaign manager, Mike Schmuel, which said, we need $13 million to keep going. And it struck me because typically best practice when you're doing online organizing is not to put out a gigantic number. It's the smaller number. It's so easy. Just open your wallet and give me $5, $25. And so this is a moment.
So what does that tell you, that it's a huge number?
13 billionaires need to write 13 checks, you know, which for $1 million. I think.
I mean, but it can't be good. I mean,
it's not a good sign.
Yeah.
It's also a setting of expectations and a real, I guess, free flirtation towards what could be an obvious. We all know Mayor Pete has had struggles with African American voters. In South Carolina, 61% of the people who cast their vote look like me, Leslie. 55% women. Most of the states that follow South Carolina are going to have similar demographics. And so if South Carolina is a flirtation of what's to come, then Mayor Pete knows he's in trouble. And so now the game is to underpromise and perhaps overdeliver.
Antoine, let me keep it with you for just a moment. With former Vice President Biden, what really is the challenge for him on that debate stage tonight in a place where, as you have said time and time again, he enjoys such a close connection with African-American voters here? Nevertheless, as Anthony Salvanto said in our last segment, if you look at the numbers in our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker poll, perceptions are being shaped based on his performance, specifically in Iowa and New Hampshire. So what does he need to do up there?
If I were speaking to the VP right now, before this debate, I would tell him, block out the noise and focus on the lyrics. The noise will tell you the campaign is in trouble, your own life support is do or die in South Carolina. That's partly true. But focus on the lyrics. Focus on the things you know. The one thing we know, as someone who's from South Carolina, as someone who did 3 presidential campaigns here, people trust and know Joe Biden, and Joe Biden trusts and knows South Carolina. I think that's going to pay long and short-term dividends for him, Molly, because this election for African-American voters is going to be a trust election, particularly as we go on to not just South Carolina, but Super Tuesday. And these are all states where Joe Biden has deep and wide relationships that he's cultivated and developed over the years.
Well, if you look at the members of Congress who are actually endorsing these candidates, Joe Biden has more members of the CBC than any of the other candidates. In fact, he has more lawmakers. I think it's about 43, 44-ish right now. That dwarfs all the other candidates that are remaining, most of whom are sitting senators. So I think that says a lot.
Linda, let me ask you about Senator Sanders. Coming off Nevada especially, what kinds of attacks is he likely to face tonight, and how you prepare for that if you are coming at this from a Senator Sanders perspective as a Democratic socialist on that stage?
Well, I think that Senator Sanders and his team realize that the time has come. And as front runner, he's got a massive target on him, and he's got to be prepared to take on those questions, shall we put it, in particular about paying for Medicare for all. He's gotten such a pass on this in a way that Elizabeth Warren, for example, definitely has not. And we know that they're worried about this because they just put out some analysis of their own just yesterday, saying that it's going to cost $30 trillion over the next decade to pay for his plan. And then they did what they called a checklist of how they were going to bring in revenue to offset that cost, yet the checklist only amounted to $17.5 trillion.
Those numbers don't add up.
Exactly. And so at some point, the math becomes a problem. Right. Exactly. Hashtag math. So that's certainly something. And of course, this kind of explosive interview that happened on 60 Minutes with Anderson Cooper and him saying nice things about Fidel Castro, that is going to be an ongoing anchor, basically, a drag on him moving forward, assuming he does well otherwise, because Floridians are not going to take that kind of.
Yeah, I mean, what is if you were advising him, Linda, which I know you're not, but the idea of trying to sort of maintain his brand, which is to not apologize, right? We've not really seen that kind of tactic that he's employed, and yet at the same time kind of respond to those sensitivities that you brought up, particularly in South Florida. What is the way in which one sort of reacts in the moment when that question about Castro is presented to you?
I mean, this is the great irony about Senator Sanders, which is he's absolutist about pretty much everything he talks about. 100%. But in this one case, he's kind of waffling and, well, Fidel Castro is bad in many ways, but he's also been good in some ways. The truth is, if I were advising him, I would simply say, you need to get past this right away. Just say whatever you have to say about it and then move on, get back to your vision, get back to your platform, because it's a losing situation for him.
Yeah. But you see, in the context of that, it's a situation that Republicans are going to capitalize on. That is the red line for Democratic Hispanics, Latinos, whether they were from Venezuela or any part of Latin America as their native country, or whether they're Cuban. It really doesn't matter when you're talking about embracing Fidel Castro. And that is really going to be used in campaign ads. We will continue to hear about that.
Vulnerability.
And that's it's just done in terms of Florida.
One Florida member of Congress told me, well, the Republicans just won Florida if Bernie Sanders is the candidate.
You want to say something, Antoine?
Yeah, well, I think all of the candidates have to keep in mind whatever you say and do will be used against you in the court of campaign elections and public opinion in the fall. And so the things they stay on the debate stage now, you made this wonderful reference of the first debate and some of the rhetoric we saw. All those things are going to turn into right-wing, red meat talking points for the other side. And here's the test for Bernie Sanders tonight. He's gotten a pass to the point. No one's defined him on the stage for the most part. But as you get farther south, we are a little more pragmatic in our approach in our politics. I can speak from an African American on this platform right here today. We've always been bold, but we've never been somewhat progressive. And I think the challenge for him, branding himself as a firebrand progressive, particularly with more seasoned African-American voters, going into Super Tuesday will present a unique challenge for his campaign that he has not met to this point.
And the interesting part, Antoine's talking about that to the right wing, the red meat to this extreme. These are not extreme issues for those middle or conservative Democrat voters, independent voters who are concerned during the first debate when all the members of Congress said they would raise their hand when you asked about, paying for health care for undocumented immigrants. Those are mainstream concerns. And Fidel Castro on that issue, that's a mainstream concern for many voters out there. So that's why I say this debate becomes extremely critical, and a lot of Republicans are watching.
So you think President Trump's watching, Leslie?
Ever since debates been happening, he's got the highest approvals he's ever had. And the higher Sanders rises, the more popular Trump is within the Republican coalition. We're at 94%, which is historic. So thank you, Sanders, because that's something even Hillary Clinton couldn't do for the Republican Party.
I'm just curious about one thing. I want to know how hard these candidates, and this is why I'm looking at Joe Biden in particular, but how hard will they go after Bernie Sanders, given that Bernie Sanders' supporters are so vociferous, and they really back him and defend Bernie Sanders. And then the candidate that attacks Bernie Sanders ends up bearing the brunt of that from the Sanders supporters. If you've looked at what's happened over the past few weeks, and I think it was Joe Biden's office, there was graffiti from some of the so-called Bernie bros, and that adds an added wrinkle that that's difficult for some candidates to overcome.
Linda, I know I may get in trouble for saying this, but Bernie Sanders and his supporters are much like Donald Trump and his supporters. They're very loyal to him and to his cause. I'm not sure if that loyalty and that energy or that megawatt of transferability, well, if that's a word, I just made up a word.
That's fine. We're on the internet. That's good.
I don't know if that's transferable to another candidate. So while I think candidates have to define Bernie Sanders, but I think we have to be very careful and handle it very delicately.
All right, Antoine Seawright, Leslie Sanchez, Linda Tran, and Molly Hooper, thank you all so much. And that does it for Red and Blue tonight. We will have candidate interviews and analysis after the debate here in Charleston, South Carolina. We'll see you in 2 hours. The Democratic debate, hosted by CBS News and the Congressional Black Caucus Institute, starts now.
Super Tuesday primaries. I'm Gayle King.
And I'm Norah O'Donnell. Let's get started.
The time has come to turn the page and open up a new chapter in the American story.
Tonight, let us go forward. Let's win this thing. Let's transform America.
America decides.
America deserves a president who is as resilient as her people.
2020 is our time to change who makes the rules.
One stage.
This election is just too important, and we cannot afford to get it wrong.
There's no limit to what we can get done in the next 4 years.
Show up in November of 2020 and win.
7 Democratic candidates.
Together, we have built a movement.
We have a fantastically diverse and wonderful party.
We choose hope over fear. We are going to unite together.
And together, we are going to get it done.
We will deliver a democracy worthy of the name.
We are here and we are strong.
Live from the Gilliard Center in Charleston, South Carolina, this is the CBS News Democratic Debate. Here are the 7 candidates for the presidential nomination.
Good evening and welcome. The Democratic presidential primary here in South Carolina. The first primary in the South is just 4 days away.
And Super Tuesday is just a week away. And this is the biggest primary day of the year as voters in 14 states cast ballots. And many of them tell us they have not actually made up their mind. So this debate, when you think about it tonight, may be the last best chance for the candidates to make their case to South Carolina and Super Tuesday voters.
And CBS News is proud to bring you this debate along with our co-sponsors. They are the Democratic National Committee and the Congressional Black Caucus Institute, a nonpartisan organization committed to educating voters and training political leaders.
And we are partnering tonight also with Twitter, so you at home can participate in this debate. How do you do that? Send us your questions for the candidates using the Twitter hashtag #DemDebate.
Now, here are the rules for the next 2 hours. When you are asked a question, you will have 1 minute and 15 seconds to answer and 45 seconds for follow-ups. So let's begin. Senator Sanders, we haven't had a national unemployment rate this low for this long in 50 years. Here in South Carolina, the unemployment rate is even lower. How will you convince voters that a Democratic socialist can do better than President Trump with the economy?
Well, you're right. The economy is doing really great for people like Mr. Bloomberg and other billionaires. In the last 3 years, billionaires in this country saw an $850 billion increase in their wealth. But you know what? For the ordinary American, things are not so good. Last year, real wage increases for the average worker were less than 1%. Half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. 87 million Americans have no health insurance or are underinsured. 45 million people are struggling with student debt. 500,000 people tonight are sleeping out on the street, including 30,000 veterans. That is not an economy that's working for the American people. That's an economy working for the 1%. We're going to create an economy for all, not just wealthy campaign contributors.
Mayor Bloomberg. Mayor Bloomberg, I'll let you respond to that. Do you think Senator Sanders' economy would be better for America than President Trump?
I think that Donald Trump thinks it would be better if he's president. I do not think so. Vladimir Putin thinks that Donald Trump should be president of the United States, and that's why Russia is helping you get elected, so you'll lose to him.
Let me tell Mr. Putin, okay, I'm not a good friend of President Xi of China. I think President Xi is an authoritarian leader. And let me tell Mr. Putin, who interfered in the 2016 election, try to bring Americans against Americans. Hey, Mr. Putin, if I'm president of the United States, trust me, you're not going to interfere in any more American elections.
Senator Warren?
We know what Russia wants. It's chaos.
So look, the way I see this is that Bernie is winning right now because the Democratic Party is a progressive party, and progressive ideas are popular ideas, even if there are a lot of people on this stage who don't want to say so. You know, but Bernie and I agree on a lot of things, but I think I would make a better president than Bernie. And the reason for that is that getting a progressive agenda enacted is going to be really hard, and it's going to take someone who digs into the details to make it happen. Bernie and I both wanted to help rein in Wall Street. In 2008, we both got our chance, but I dug in, I fought the big banks, I built the coalitions, and I won. Bernie and I both want to see universal health care, but Bernie's plan doesn't explain how to get there, doesn't show how we're going to get enough allies into it, and doesn't show enough about how we're going to pay for it. I dug in, I did the work, and then Bernie's team trashed me for it. We need a president who is going to dig in, do the hard work, and actually get it done. Progressives have got one shot, and we need to spend it with a leader who will get something done.
Mayor Buttigieg, we want to bring you in this conversation. Why would the Russians want to be working on behalf of Bernie Sanders?
I'll tell you what the Russians want. They don't have a political party. They want chaos, and chaos is what is coming our way. I mean, look, if you think the last 4 years has been chaotic, divisive, toxic, exhausting, imagine spending the better part of 2020 with Bernie Sanders versus Donald Trump. Think about what that will be like for this country. And meanwhile, folks at home from South Carolina to South Bend are trying to figure out what any of this means for us. Because it's right that there is a progressive majority, an American majority, that wants to see real change, wants to see wages go up and go up faster than the cost of health and saving for retirement. But also there's a majority of the American people who I think right now just want to be able to turn on the TV, see their president, and actually feel their blood pressure go down a little bit instead of up through the roof. No. We have an opportunity to set a different tone.
Mr. Steyer. Bernie Sanders' analysis is right. The difference is I don't like his solutions. I don't believe that a government takeover of large parts of the economy makes any sense for working people or for families. I think that what we need to do is to present an alternative that includes a vibrant, competitive private sector. But we all know unchecked capitalism has failed. The answer is not for the government to take over the private sector, though. The answer is for us to break the corporate stranglehold on our government and have the government work for the people again.
Vice President Biden?
Well, let me just finish, because we need to have an alternative to Donald Trump. I'm talking about doubling the minimum wage, cutting taxes by 10% for everybody who makes less than $250,000, and creating over 4.5 million good-paying union jobs. Donald Trump stinks. He's incompetent as a steward of the American economy. We have to show that we can create a growing, prosperous economy that works for American working people.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Your time's up. Vice President Biden?
You know, we talk about progressive. Let's talk about being progressive. Walking distance here is Mother Emanuel Church. 9 people shot dead by a white supremacist. Bernie voted 5 times against the Brady bill and wanted a waiting period. No, let me finish. And waited a waiting period of 12 hours. I'm not saying he's responsible for the 9 deaths, but that man would not have been able to get that weapon with the waiting period had been what I suggest until you are cleared. In addition to that, being progressive, he thought Barack Obama, he wanted a primary, he said we should primary Barack Obama. Someone should. And in fact, the president was weak, and our administration was, in fact, not up to it. Look, folks, let's talk about progressive. Progressive is getting things done, and that's what we got done. We got a lot done.
Senator Sanders, your response?
You know, Pete mentioned, I'm hearing my name mentioned a little bit tonight. I wonder why. And maybe, you know, Pete mentions what the American people want. I will tell you, Pete, what the American people want, and Joe, what the American people want. They don't want candidates to be running to billionaires for huge amounts of funding.
All right, let's clear this up once and for all.
Pete has gotten funding
you've got people
from
believing
over
something
50
that is false.
billionaires.
This
Joe,
needs
I
to be
think, has
cleared
gotten
up.
a little bit more. What the American people want, by the way, and a lot of the issues we'll be discussing tonight are issues I raised 4 years ago. Raising the minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour, making public colleges and universities tuition-free, and finally doing what every other major country on earth does, guaranteeing health care to all people as a human right through a Medicare for all single-payer system.
I can't allow this to stand because it's just not true. Senator Sanders has got people believing something that is untrue about my campaign. The idea that most of my campaign is funded by billionaires.
I didn't say that, Pete.
50 people. All right. In Charleston alone, just in Charleston, over 2,000 people have contributed to my campaign. That means the dollars that have come to my campaign just from Charleston is more than the dollars that have come from the 50 people that you mentioned. Grassroots contributions are the lifeblood of my campaign. In fact, I shouldn't miss the opportunity. If you're watching right now and you support my campaign, go to PeteForAmerica.com and chip in. And if you're watching right now and you're a billionaire, I will raise your taxes. But if you'd like to defeat Donald Trump, please go to PeteForAmerica.com and donate the legal maximum of $2,800 if you're a billionaire.
All right, Mayor Buttigieg, Vice President Biden, I want to bring us to another topic. We're in South Carolina. It's the first primary with a significant black voting population. Your numbers appear to be slipping with black voters. And I'm wondering if you could respond about why that is happening to you at this particular time.
Well, first of all, the latest poll I saw, my numbers, I'm still 15 points ahead. The latest poll.
Yes, you're correct.
But look.
But Senator Sanders is in striking distance of you. You are within the margin of error in this state.
Well, it depends on which poll. Look, I've earned the vote. I've worked like the devil to earn the vote of the African-American community, not just here, but across the country. I've been coming here for years and years, creating jobs here, making sure that the port, for example, that employs 1 in 11 people, we put $500 million in our administration just into this county. We've created jobs for people. The people know me. My entire career has been wrapped up in dealing with civil rights and civil liberties. I don't expect anything. I plan to earn the vote. I'm here to ask. I'm here to earn it. But folks, I intend to win South Carolina, and I will win the African-American vote here in South Carolina.
Mr. Biden, will you continue if you do not win South Carolina? You have said that South Carolina will determine the outcome of this presidential race. If you don't win South Carolina, will you continue in this race?
I will win South Carolina.
All right, sir. Mayor Bloomberg, I'd like to bring you in this conversation. I want to ask you about a question that impacts the black and brown community. You've apologized for stop and frisk repeatedly. What exactly are you apologizing for?
We let it get out of control, and when I realized that, I cut it back by 95%. And I've apologized and asked for forgiveness. I've met with black leaders to try to get an understanding of how I can better position myself and what I should have done and what I should do next time. But let me tell you, I have been working very hard. We've improved the school system for black and brown students in New York City. We've increased the jobs that are available to them. We've increased the housing that's available to them.
But what more
we have
can
programs
you do about
like
this issue, Mr. Mayor, to put people's fears and skepticism to rest?
I think
it
they just
continues to follow you.
No, well, that's because it's in their interest to promote that. But if you talk to the people in New York City, I have over 100 black elected officials that have endorsed me. A lot of them are in the audience tonight. And I've earned the respect of people in New York City. I was the mayor of the largest, most populous city in the United States for 12 years. And people will tell you it's a lot better city today. It is safer for everybody. The school system is better. The budget's under control. We've done the things that people need in New York City for all ethnicities.
Mayor Buttigieg? Mayor to mayor, you've certainly had your issues with the black community as well. Do you think the New York City's implementation of stop and frisk was racist?
Yes, in effect it was, because it was about profiling people based on their race. And the mayor even said that they disproportionately stopped white people too often and minorities too little. And I'm not here to score points. I come at this with a great deal of humility because we have had a lot of issues, especially when it comes to racial justice and policing in my own community. And I come to this with some humility because I'm conscious of the fact that there's 7 white people on this stage talking about racial justice. None of us have the experience, the lived experience of, for example, walking down the street or in a mall and feeling eyes on us, regarding us as dangerous without knowing the first thing about us just because of the color of our skin. None of us have the experience that black women have had that drives that maternal mortality gap that we are all rightly horrified by, of going into a doctor and being less likely to have your description of being in pain believe because of your race. Since we don't have the experience, the next best thing we can do is actually listen to those who do.
I know, wait a second. I know that if I were black, my success would have been a lot harder to achieve. And I know a lot of black people that if they were white, it would have been a lot easier for them. That's just a fact, and we've got to do something about it than rather just demagogue about it.
Senator Klobuchar, was the way that the mayor implemented stop and frisk racist?
Yes, and I think that what we need to do, instead of just reviewing everything from the past, is talk about where we're going to go forward. Martin Luther King once said that we are all tied in a single garment of destiny, and that what affects one of us directly affects all of us indirectly. So when there is racism in the criminal justice system, then we need to fix it. And to me, that means sentencing reform like the First Step Act and extending that to the states with the Second Step Act. It means equal opportunity, because if we don't pass Representative Clyburn's bill out of South Carolina here to invest in impoverished communities, we're never going to get to that single garment of destiny. And we also need to do something about child care, about making sure we increase the minimum wage, and then finally, voting. While we are all sitting here debating, Wisconsin has kicked hundreds of thousands of people off of their voting rolls. Georgia kicked 100,000 off. As president, I will get voting rights to be a reality for everyone.
Senator Warren, I'm coming to you. I want to direct this question to you because Mayor Bloomberg has said he got in this race late because he doesn't believe that any of you on stage can beat Donald Trump. You said Mayor Bloomberg is not the safest candidate. He is the riskiest candidate. What did you mean by that?
I mean that Mayor Bloomberg, let's think of it this way. We're here in Charleston, and you know who's going to be in Charleston later this week is Donald Trump. He's going to be here to raise money for his buddy, Senator Lindsey Graham. Who funded Lindsey Graham's campaign for re-election last time? It was Mayor Bloomberg. And that's not the only right-wing senator that Mayor Bloomberg has funded. In 2016, he dumped $12 million into the Pennsylvania Senate race to help re-elect an anti-choice right-wing Republican senator. And I just want to say, the woman challenger was terrific. She lost by a single point. In 2012, he scooped in to try to defend another Republican senator against a woman challenger. That was me. It didn't work, but he tried hard. I don't care how much money Mayor Bloomberg has. The core of the Democratic Party will never trust him. He has not earned their trust. I will. And the fact that he cannot earn the trust of the core of the Democratic Party means he is the riskiest candidate standing on this stage.
All right, Senator Warren, thank you. Mayor Bloomberg, would you like to respond? Mayor Bloomberg.
I have been training for this job since I stepped on the pile that was still smoldering on 9/11. I know what to do. I've shown I know how to run a country. I've run the city, which is almost the same size, as bigger than most countries in the world. I am not the least. I'm the one choice that makes some sense. I have the experience, I have the resources, and I have the record. And all of the sideshows that the senator wants to bring up have nothing to do with that. When people hired me to run New York City 3 times in an overwhelmingly Democratic progressive city, they elected me again and again.
Mr. Vice President?
I was mentioned in this.
No,
I'd like to respond.
Go ahead, Senator.
He called me out by name in this, and referred to what I talk about as a sideshow. You know, this is personal for me. When I was 21 years old, I got my first job as a special education teacher. I loved that job. And by the end of the first year, I was visibly pregnant. The principal wished me luck and gave my job to someone else. Pregnancy discrimination, you bet. But I was 21 years old, I didn't have a union to protect me, and I didn't have any federal law on my side. So I packed up my stuff and I went home. At least I didn't have a boss who said to me, kill it, the way that Mayor Bloomberg
never
is alleged
said
to
that.
have said to one of his pregnant employees. People want a chance to hear. people want a chance to hear from the women who
I
have
never
worked.
said that.
I want to allow the
and
mayor
for the
an
record,
opportunity
if
to
she was a
respond.
teacher in New York City, she would never have had that problem. We treated our teachers the right way, and the unions will tell you exactly that.
Well, Mayor Bloomberg, Senator Warren has raised.
Let us have the women have an opportunity to speak. The Bloomberg corporations and Mayor Bloomberg himself have been accused of discrimination. They are bound by non-disclosures so that they cannot speak. If he says there is nothing to hide here, then sign a blanket release and let those women speak out so that they can tell their stories the way I can tell my story without having to fear that they're going to be sued by a billionaire.
Thank you. We have a number of issues discussed tonight, but I want to give the mayor an opportunity to respond because she has raised concerns about women in your workplace. At the last debate, you said some of your female employees might not have liked some of your jokes. Did these women take your jokes wrong, or were you wrong to make the jokes?
Probably wrong to make the jokes. I don't remember what they were, so I assume if it bothered them, I was wrong, and I apologize. I'm sorry for that. But what happened here is we went back 40 years, and we could only find 3 cases where women said they were uncomfortable. Nobody accused me of doing anything other than just making a comment or two. And what the senator did suggest was that we release these women from the non-disclosure agreement. I did that 2 days later, and my company has said we will not use non-disclosure agreements ever again. The senator has got it, and I don't know what else she wants us to do.
Oh, I'll be
We're
clear.
following exactly what she asked to do.
I'll tell you exactly
and the
what I want
trouble
you to
is, with this senator, enough is never enough for what this. I'm going to start focusing on some of these other things. We just cannot continue to relitigate this every time. We did what she asked. And thank you. We've probably made the world better because of it. And by my company renouncing using these, we probably changed, hopefully, the corporate landscape all across America.
But if you get nominated, we'll be relitigating this all year.
Do what I asked.
Senator Warren, that is a very serious charge that you leveled at the mayor.
Yes.
You told a woman to get an abortion. What evidence do you have of that?
Her own words.
And Mayor Bloomberg, could you respond to this?
I never said it. Period. End of story.
Look,
categorically never said it. When I was accused of doing it, we couldn't figure out what she was talking about. But right now, I'm sorry if she heard what she thought she heard or whatever happened. I didn't take any pleasure in that. And we've just got to go on, but I never said it. Come on.
What I asked the mayor to do is to do a release of all people who have discrimination
We are doing that, Senator.
Look, who have
We want to get to the issue. We want to get to the issue of electability and the ideological difference within the Democratic Party. Senator Sanders, the cost of your agenda. Yesterday, you released information about how you will pay for your major proposals, but not all of your details are clear. You've proposed more than $50 trillion in new spending. You've said Medicare for all will cost $30 trillion. But you can only explain how you'll pay for just about half of that. Can you do the math for the rest of us?
How many hours do you have?
2.
That's the problem.
No, it's not the problem. All right, let's talk about Medicare for all. I'm sure you're familiar with a new study that just came out of Yale University, published in Lancet magazine, one of the prestigious medical journals in the world. You know what it said? Medicare for all will lower healthcare costs in this country by $450 billion a year and save 68,000 lives of people who otherwise would have died. What we need to do is to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people, not have thousands of separate insurance plans which are costing us some $500 billion a year to administer. Our plan, we have laid out options all over the place. One of the options is a 7.5% payroll tax on employers, which will save them substantial sums of money.
Bernie, let me respond to this.
Does the math add up?
No, the math does not add up. In fact, just on 60 Minutes this weekend, he said he wasn't going to rattle through the nickels and the dimes. Well, let me tell you how many nickels and dimes we're talking about. Nearly $60 trillion. Do you know how much that is for all of his programs? That is 3 times the American economy, not the federal government, the entire American economy. The Medicare for All plan alone, page 8, clearly says that it'll kick 149 million Americans off their current health insurance in 4 years. That is true. As one prominent Democrat once said, we should pay attention to where the voters of this country are, Bernie. That prominent Democrat was Barack Obama a few months ago. And I think that's what we should do. They are not with you on spending nearly $60 trillion. What I think we should do is make things more affordable, nonprofit public option, make sure we're paying for long-term care better, take on the pharmaceuticals like you and I have done together, and do something for the people of America instead of a bunch of broken promises that sound good on bumper stickers.
Mr. Steyer.
I think we're talking
we will
about
get to you, Mr. Sanders.
Let's talk about it.
Can I say something?
Look, first of all,
Bernie, let me go.
Tom, I think she was talking about my plan, not yours.
I think we were talking about math, and it doesn't take 2 hours to do the math. Because let's talk about what it adds up to. Well, we don't. Let's talk about math indeed. Okay, so here's the math. No, here's the math.
Excuse me, can I respond to the
doing nothing is what will happen.
Senator Sanders, you're allowed a quick response, and then we would like to allow the other candidates.
Moderator,
Senator
guys.
Senator Sanders?
Moderator, is my turn?
This
Senator
helps a lot,
Sanders,
doesn't
you
it?
have been name-checked. You are allowed to respond.
Okay. What the Health and Human Services have said in analyzing healthcare costs, what recent Yale study has said is that your program would cost some $50 trillion over a 10-year period. We would continue to pay, in some cases, 10 times more for the same exact prescription drugs. What every study out there, conservative or progressive, says, Medicare for all will save money. Ours will cost about $45 billion, not $60 trillion.
No, I was talking, Bernie, I was talking about...
You called on me before.
I would like, Senator Sanders, we would like to bring Mr. Steyer in on this conversation. Mr. Steyer, please.
I was talking about all your programs.
Excuse me, Amy. This conversation shows a huge risk for the Democratic Party. We are looking at a party that has decided that we're either going to support someone who's a democratic socialist or somebody who has a long history of being a Republican. And let me say that I got into this race because I wanted to fight for economic justice, for racial justice, and to make sure we had climate justice for the American people. And I am scared. If we cannot pull this party together, if we go to one of those extremes, we take a terrible risk of re-electing Donald Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
And that is something, I still have some time, and let me just say this. That is a risk that will hurt the American people in a way that none of us on this stage should be willing to risk.
Thank you. Let's keep this topic going, Mayor Pete.
So let's do some math. Senator Sanders at one point said it was going to be $40 trillion, then it was 30, then it was 17. It's an incredible shrinking price tag. At some point has said it is unknowable to even see what the price tag would be. Now there are new numbers going. I'll tell you exactly what it adds up to. It adds up to 4 more years of Donald Trump, Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House, and the inability to get the Senate into Democratic hands. The time has come for us to stop acting like the presidency is the only office that matters. Not only is this a way to get Donald Trump reelected, we got a House to worry about. We got a Senate to worry about. And this is really important. Look, if you want to keep the House in Democratic hands, you might want to check with the people who actually turned the House blue. 40 Democrats who are not running on your platform. They are running away from your platform as fast as they possibly can. I want to send those Democrats back to the United States House. Let's listen to them when they say that they don't want to be out there defending Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mayor Buttigieg. Vice President Biden, please.
I guess the only way you do this is jump in and speak twice as long as you should. Here's the deal. Look. A guy is a friend of mine down here named Fritz Hollings. He passed away. He said, you want to know what a man and woman will do? Look what they've done. Look what they've done. You talk about concerned about race. Well, my good friend on the end of this platform, he in fact bought a system that was a private prison system. After after he knew that, in fact, what happened was they hogtied young men in prison here in this state. They, in fact, made sure that in Georgia they did not have health care for the people who were being held. They, in fact, went on and he said, after he knew that, he bought it, and then he said he was proud of his accomplishment. You talk about what we're talking about with Bernie. Bernie, in fact, hasn't passed much of anything. The fact of the matter is...
But I get to answer that. I get to answer that.
Look, the fact is, here's the deal. I'm not out of time. You spoke over time, and I'm going to talk. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact of the matter is, look at what's happening here. Look at what's happening here. We have to win the Senate back. And by the way, I went into all of those races that got 41 new Democrats. The majority of them are supporting me for president.
And Mr. Vice President, I have to allow...
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Wait a second.
Mr. Mayor, you're allowed to respond.
I bought stock in a prison company thinking they'd do a better job, and I investigated and I sold it.
Okay.
You
knew when you bought it they'd done that.
I get to answer this question. And in fact, since then, I've worked to end the use of private prisons in my home state, and we've ended it. I've started a bank to support black ownership of businesses, women ownership of businesses, and Latino owners of businesses, because this financial service industry is prejudiced. I have worked tirelessly on this, and you know I'm right. You wrote the crime bill.
Where we come from, that's called Tommy Come Lately.
There are other people here.
Put hundreds of thousands of young black and Latino men in prison.
Okay. Let me say something.
Thank you.
There's something going on here.
Mr. Steyer.
I have worked for racial justice completely, and that is an absolute unfair statement.
All I know is
Tommy Come Lately.
if we spend the next 4 months tearing our party apart, we're going to watch Donald Trump spend the next 4 years tearing our country apart.
Look,
so my argument here is that we need to get back to what's happening right now. We have a clear choice of who's going to lead this party. And I am the only one in the New Hampshire debate when asked if we had a problem with a socialist leading the ticket that raised my hand. I like Bernie. We came in together to the Senate, but I do not think that this is the best person to lead the ticket. And if you want to talk about getting things done and make a comparison, according to Vanderbilt University in Tennessee, last Congress, I was the most effective Democrat in the U.S. Senate on 15 metrics. Bernie and Elizabeth were in the bottom half. It matters. It matters if you can actually get things done. It is not just who talks the best, who actually gets things done. And especially with the African-American community, there have been a lot of broken promises. And I think having someone that keeps their promises and follows through and is going to get things done for this people matters. And that's why I asked for your support.
Mayor Bloomberg, please.
Let's just go on the record. They talked about 40 Democrats. 21 of those were people that I spent $100 million to help elect. All of the new Democrats that came in, put Nancy Pelosi in charge, and gave the Congress the ability to control this president, I got them. Number two, when you talk about money, let's put this in perspective. The federal budget is $4.5 trillion a year. We get $3.5 trillion in revenue. We lose $1 trillion a year. That's why the federal budget deficit is right now, the debt is $20 trillion going up to 21. We just cannot afford some of the stuff people talk about. But if you let me finish. If you keep on going, we will elect Bernie. Bernie will lose to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump and the House and the Senate and some of the state houses will all go red, and then between gerrymandering and appointing judges for the next 20 or 30 years, we're going to live with this catastrophe.
Thank you. I will allow Senator Sanders a quick response, and then Senator Warren. Laura. Senator Sanders, a quick response, and then
Thank you very much. Mayor Bloomberg has a solid and strong and enthusiastic base of support. Problem is, they're all billionaires. Now, if you look, on the other hand, of the last 50 polls that have been done nationally, Mr. Bloomberg, I beat Trump 47 of those 50 times. If you look at battleground states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, polling just
the
done
polls
this Sunday,
aren't the election.
I beat Trump. And if you want to beat Trump, what you're going to need is an unprecedented grassroots movement of black and white and Latino Native American and Asian people who are standing up and fighting for justice.
Can anybody,
That's what our movement
anybody
is
in this
about.
room imagine moderate Republicans going over and voting for him? And you have to do
Absolutely.
that or you can't win.
Thank you, Senator Warren.
That is the problem. And that is that a progressive agenda is popular, Mayor Bloomberg, and for everyone on this stage. We talk about how to build a future. That's what matters. I talk to people in selfie lines every day who tell me about the importance of getting real help on health care. It's why I also have a way to pay for health care that doesn't raise taxes on middle-class families. But it's so much more than that. As Democrats, we need to speak to the future we can build together. We need to speak of the prosperity we can build together. How about a wealth tax in America? Because with a 2-cent tax on just the top 1/10 of 1%, we have a chance to invest in universal child care for every one of our babies, to really level the playing field, put $50 billion into historically black colleges and universities, and start closing the racial wealth gap by canceling student loan debt for 43 million Americans. We need to talk about our aspirations, our hopes. This is a moment to choose hope over fear.
Senator, thank you.
This is our moment.
Senator, thank you. We have to take a quick break. When we come back, the Democratic presidential debate continues right after this, only on CBS.
Gayle King with Norah O'Donnell. Joining us now in the question here in Charleston, South Carolina, are CBS News colleagues, the A-Team, Bill Whitaker of 60 Minutes, Chief Washington Correspondent, that's Major Garrett, and Margaret Brennan, moderator of Face the Nation. We're going to begin with you, Vice President Biden, for this part. Just across the street, as you mentioned at the top of the debate, is a theater where 9 people were shot and killed inside the Mother Emanuel Church. We all remember that day back in 2015. And every day in our country, over 100 people die from gun violence. You all have plans, I know, on this stage to address the gun crisis, but Congress has not been able to pass a major gun legislation in a quarter of a century. And just think about this. In those 25 years, we've had Columbine, Newtown, Parkland, Las Vegas. We could go on and on. Vice President Biden, I want to start with you. Why should anyone have faith that you're the one who can get this done now?
Because I'm the only one that ever got it done nationally. I beat the NRA twice. I got assault weapons banned. I got magazines that could not hold more than 10 rounds in them. I got them eliminated, except we had a thing called an election with hanging chads in Florida, and it was not reauthorized. In addition to that, I passed the Brady bill with waiting periods. I led that fight. But my friend to my right and others have, in fact, also given to the gun manufacturers absolute immunity. Imagine if I stood here and said we give immunity to drug companies, we give immunity to tobacco companies. That has caused carnage on our streets. 150 million people have been killed since 2007 when Bernie voted to exempt the gun manufacturers from liability. More than all the wars, including Vietnam, from that point on. Carnage on our street. And I want to tell you, if I'm elected and I'm coming for you and gun manufacturers, I'm going to take you on and I'm going to beat you. I'm the only one who's done it.
Yes,
that's why we've got to change what
able
Washington
to
can
dig in
deliver.
and talk about what really it's going to take to get something done. I've been in the Senate when I've seen gun safety legislation introduced, get a majority, and then doesn't pass because of the filibuster. Understand this. The filibuster is giving a veto to the gun industry. It gives a veto to the oil industry. It's going to give a veto on immigration until we're willing to dig in and say that if Mitch McConnell is going to do to the next Democratic president what he did to President Obama, and that is try to block every single thing he does, that we are willing to roll back the filibuster, go with a majority vote, and do what needs to be done for the American people.
Okay,
Senator, we're going to stay on this topic and allow senators.
Mitch McConnell.
Understand this. Many people on this stage do not support rolling back
Senator.
the filibuster.
Thank you.
Until we're ready to
Senator.
do that, we can't.
Senator, I want to
make
allow
real
Senator
change.
Sanders to respond because you've gone after the insurance industry, you've taken on pharmaceutical companies, and you've taken on big tech. Why did you vote repeatedly to give gun manufacturers a pass?
Well, you know, Joe has voted for terrible trade agreements. No. Joe voted for the war in Iraq. My point was, I have cast thousands of votes, including bad votes. That was a bad vote. I have today a D- voting record from the NRA. 30 years ago, I likely lost a race for the one seat for Congress in Vermont because 30 years ago, I supported a ban on assault weapons. 30 years ago. Right now, my view is we need to expand background checks, end the gun show loophole, and do what the American people want, not what the NRA
but wait
wants.
a second.
Senator, here's one thing. The opposition to the filibuster is not a discretion from a long
I think
time
you
ago.
recognize me. Thank you. I have a 6 million person organization around this country, Moms to Men Action, in every town. We have put background checks. We've got background checks in 20 states. So you can do it. It's Congress that can't seem to do it, and I don't know why we think they're going to do it. The vice president voted for a death bill and supported the NRA, and certainly Senator Sanders has supported the NRA. But we can do this. We just got to stop talking about it.
But the way we do it is having someone leading the ticket from a part of the country that we actually need the votes. So I have long supported the assault weapon ban. I am the author of the bill to close the boyfriend loophole loophole that says that domestic abusers can't go out and get an AK-47.
I wrote that law.
Along with... You didn't write that bill.
I wrote
that bill.
I wrote the bill, the Violence Against Women Act, that
Okay,
took
you did that.
out of the hands of people who abused
we'll
her.
have a fact check look
no,
at this.
let's look at the fact
my
check.
goodness.
The only thing that the boyfriend loophole was not covered. I couldn't get that covered. You, in fact, when you were as a senator, tried to get it covered, and Mitch McConnell is holding up on his desk right now, and we're going to lose the Violence Against Women Act across the board.
Okay, so if I could finish. I have the bill. Anyone can check it out to close the boyfriend loophole. Also, to close the Charleston loophole is another bill that's out there, universal background checks. But let me say how we win this. We've got to win in the middle of the country. And while everyone talks about winning rural areas, suburban areas, I'm the only one up here with the receipts that has actually repeatedly, while being for the assault weapon ban, won in Republican congressional districts over and over again, including Michelle Bachmann's district. So having someone that can lead the ticket, that can bring people with her, is the way you get gun safety legislation. I look at these proposals and say, do they hurt my Uncle Dick in the deer stand? They do not. And so coming from a proud hunting state and still being able to pass this legislation
Senator Klobuchar,
is going to be the key.
We want to allow many people to get in on this topic. Mayor Buttigieg.
I'm definitely on board with the part about sending up somebody from the middle of the country. But I want to come back to this question about the filibuster, because this is not some long ago bad vote that Bernie Sanders took. This is a current bad position that Bernie Sanders holds. And we're in South Carolina. How are we going to deliver a revolution if you won't even support a rule change? We are in the state. We are in the state where Strom Thurmond used the filibuster to block civil rights legislation repeatedly. No less a Senate traditional figure than Harry Reid has called for it to go. It has got to go because otherwise Washington will not deliver. I was in high school when the Columbine shooting happened. And I remember everybody in Washington saying, never again. We'll never let this happen again. And then a second school shooting generation has now been produced. Shame on us if we allow there to be a third.
All right.
And also, in terms of making the
Buttigieg.
case, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for somebody to illustrate from the perspective of a veteran why the kinds of weaponry, anything remotely like what I trained on in order to go serve in a war zone, has no business being sold anywhere near an American school or church or neighborhood.
All right, Senator Sanders, please.
30 years ago, supported a ban on assault weapons. Mike Bloomberg has started a very good organization, Moms Demand Action. Congratulations. They have credited me with gun sense, as you.
Yes, we did.
Furthermore, it is my view that the time is now, and Joe made this point. Look, at the end of the day, we need to rally the American people. Here is the good news. Because of all these disgusting and horrific mass shootings, the American people now understand that we must be aggressive on gun safety, not be dictated to by the NRA. And I am proud that I have a D- voting record from the NRA. If elected president, it will get worse than that.
All right, Mr. Steyer, please.
Look,
Mr. Steyer.
it isn't a question of the American people deciding that we have too much gun violence. Everyone in America knows we have too much gun violence. The problem we have is that corporations have bought Washington, D.C. The gun manufacturers own the Senate of the United States. So even though more than 90% of Americans want mandatory background checks on every gun purchase, we can't get it through the Senate. So the question you have to ask yourself is, how do we change the Senate of the United States in a material way? And there are two things. That's why I am for term limits of 12 years for every congressperson and senator, to change who's in charge, to get rid of Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz. But I am also, Senator Sanders is right. We need to win a huge victory across the board.
All right,
Democrats need to go to the grassroots. I built one of the biggest grassroots organizations in the United States. The way to win at the grassroots is tell the truth and organize. That's what it's going to take in 2020.
Your time's up, sir. Bill Whitaker.
Let's talk about education. South Carolina's schools score in the bottom half of the national assessment. Black students here consistently score worse than white students. Mayor Bloomberg, A key element of your response to failing schools in New York City was a dramatic increase in public charter schools. As president, would you pursue that same strategy and seek to expand charter schools nationwide?
I'm not sure they're appropriate every place. I can only tell you in New York, they provided parents with an alternative to send students to them. The charter schools are mixed in with the non-charter public schools because our charter schools are public schools as well. They've helped each other. I saw a statistic the other day. When I came into office, 0 New York City schools were in the top 25 of the state. When I left, 23 out of 25 were from New York City. We've cut the gap between the rich and the poor. We've made an enormous difference in all of the options that parents have. I raised teachers' salaries by 43%. I put an extra $5 billion into our school system. I value education. It is the only ways to solve the poverty problem is to get people a good education. And rather than just talk about it in New York, we actually did it.
Senator Warren.
So this is one thing where a president can make a big difference all by herself. And I'm going to start with my Secretary of Education. My Secretary of Education will be someone who has taught in public school. My Secretary of Education will be someone who believes in public education. And my Secretary of Education will believe that public dollars should stay in public schools. One more thing. My Secretary of Education will believe that it is time to get rid of high-stakes testing. We need to support our children. But look, we want to build a future in this country. We build a future by investing in our children. I've got a plan to put $800 billion new federal dollars into our public schools. Education is not free. We must invest in the future of our children.
Senator Sanders.
This campaign, our campaign is about changing American priorities. Instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires, we're going to have high-quality, universal child care for every family in this country. Because the psychologists tell us 0 to 4 are the most important years of human development. We are going to triple funding for low-income Title I schools because kids' education should not depend upon the zip code in which they live. We're going to make public colleges and universities tuition-free through a tax on Wall Street speculation, and we're going to move to make certain that no teacher in America earns less than $60,000 a year. We want great teachers.
Mayor Buttigieg.
Look, the best thing that we can do to support public education is to support public educators. I'm a little biased because I'm married to one, and I get an education about education every day I come home. I have seen how teachers are being expected to dip into their own pockets to furnish their classrooms. Teachers are being expected to handle the mental health challenges that their students are facing because we don't have an adequate mental health system to support kids. And now some politicians, because they aren't willing to face the need for common sense gun law, are expecting teachers to somehow transform themselves into highly trained armed guards when there's a threat to a classroom. We have to show not only with compensation, but with support for the profession overall, our regard for those who are educating our kids. And yes, that means a Secretary of Education who will support teachers. It also means investing.
Thank you.
I'm proposing an education access board that would show that we are going to honor our teachers a little bit.
Pass this on to Major.
Candidates, good evening. Candidates, good evening.
People across this country are being crushed by student loan debt. This is an issue we need to talk about.
And that's what my plan would do through the education.
As we all know, the political conversation in our country is interactive. And because of our partner, Twitter, this debate is no different. So I want to put a question from Twitter to you, Senator Klobuchar. This is from Casey Pennington. How will your policies address and ensure affordable housing and education equity for minimum wage workers?
Thank you. This is one of the first times we've talked about housing, and I put forward an extensive policy. I think when I've looked at this, both in my job in local government and in the Senate, one sure way we can make sure that kids get a good start is if they have a roof over their head and a stable place to live. So the way you do that is, first of all, taking care of the Section 8 backlog of applicants. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people waiting. And I have found a way to pay for this and a way to make sure that people get off that list and get into housing. Secondly, you create incentives for affordable housing to be built, and third, to help people pay for it. And I want to make clear, given South Carolina and the rural population as well as urban, that this isn't just an urban problem. It's a big urban problem, but it's also a rural problem where we have housing deserts and people want to have their businesses located there, but they're not able to get housing. So for me, it's building a coalition. And I actually like to get these things done. And the way you do it is by building a coalition between urban and rural so you can pass affordable housing and finally get it done.
This is a point where we need to talk about race, though.
I
It
understand.
is not enough to talk about housing neutrally
we just speak up when
and
we want
just
to?
be
Is that the
race
idea?
blind. It is important to recognize the role that the federal government played for decades and decades in discriminating against African Americans having an opportunity to buy homes. That's redlining. And while Mayor Bloomberg was blaming the housing crash of 2008 on African Americans and on Latinos, in fact, I was out there fighting for a consumer agency to make sure people never get cheated again on their mortgages. I have a housing plan, and what it has
Senator
in
Warren,
it
thank you.
specifically is
Senator
a
Warren,
piece to
thank you.
deal with the effects of redlining. We can no longer pretend that everything is race neutral. We have got to address race consciously what's happening in this country.
Mayor Bloomberg, please, we were going to ask you about this. I want to give you a chance to respond because in addition to what Senator Warren just said on Twitter, she called you a liar and a borderline racist because of what you said about redlining.
Yes, I'm sorry, but unfortunately she's misinformed on redlining. You can go back and look at the record. I fought against it before 08, the crisis, during 08, and after that. Redlining is not the problem with the mortgage market, but it was a problem for the communities where it was done, and we stopped that. Let me also say, because since I have the floor for a second, that I really am surprised that all of these, my fellow contestants up here, I guess would be the right word for it, given nobody pays attention to the clock. I'm surprised they show up because I would have thought after I did such a good job in beating them last week that they'd be a little bit afraid to do that. But let me just say, when you're talking about affordable housing, we created 175,000 units of affordable housing in New York City. And I listen to them, that they're in Congress, and they say they can't get it done, can't get it done. But if you change something like the president, they would. No, you have to learn how to work with both sides of the aisle, and then you can get stuff done. I did it in New York City. I got the Republican state Senate to vote for gay marriage virtually before anybody else in this country. You can work across the aisle. You just have to know how to deal with people.
Mayor Bloomberg, thank you very much. Back to you, Bill.
Vice President Biden, black men earn 73 cents for every dollar earned by white men, are about twice as likely to be unemployed, 5 times more likely to be incarcerated, conditions that ripple across black families and have endured during both Democratic and Republican administrations. How do you convince black voters that you can change years of inequities?
2 ways. Number one, my entire life I've been involved with the black community. I was a public defender. I worked in the projects. I came along, and the first thing I did as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, extended the Voting Rights Act, eventually for 25 years. And I've been deeply involved. And my first effort I had as a councilman was doing away with redlining in the county. The way we do this, we got to help them create wealth. And that's why we double the amount of money that is available for young entrepreneurs, and black entrepreneurs are as successful as any other group of people in the country. We go from $1.5 billion to $3 billion, taking $30 billion off the sidelines. That's how you create wealth. Secondly, I provide for the opportunity for first-time home buyers to be able to have a $15,000 tax credit so they can get the mortgage at the front end and be able to keep it. Thirdly, I go after those people who are involved in gentrification, because what's happening is we're moving people out of their neighborhoods in ways that, in fact, make no sense. They're being bought out of things. You cannot find a place to live. And thirdly, I make sure that with regard to housing, we allow people, look, right now, if you live in a black neighborhood and you have the same exact house as the guy across the street in a white neighborhood has, your house is valued significantly less than the white. The same exact house. We've got to deal with the institutional racism.
Vice President. Mr. Vice President.
I know how you cut me off all the time, but I'm not going to be quiet anymore, okay?
Mr. Steyer.
Every single policy area in the United States has a gigantic subtext of race.
Yes.
We're talking about education. We're talking about criminal justice. We're talking about housing. We're talking about loans. I started a bank to basically correct the injustice in the financial services industry. Basically to make loans to Black-owned, Latino-owned, and women-owned businesses. We've supported over 8,000 affordable housing units. But more than that, I believe I'm the only person on this stage who believes in reparations for slavery. Something happened. We should have a formal commission on race to retell the story of the last 400 plus years in America of African Americans, of systematic legal injustice, discrimination, and cruelty, but also of 400 plus years of contribution in terms of building the United States of America and leading the United States of America from a moral standpoint.
Let me
and I challenge everyone.
Senator Klobuchar, next question. New topic. Senator
I don't know where you got the impression.
If you could honor the rules of the debate. Thank you. Senator Klobuchar, I'd like to change topics and ask you. Rural areas have populations who are older, sicker, and poorer than non-rural communities, and they have to travel farther to get medical help when they need it. Expanding coverage is going to be useless if there are no providers to go to. So how would you ensure that there is available health care in rural areas?
People aren't always aware, I know you are in South Carolina, about how much poverty there is, particularly child poverty in rural areas. So the answer is one size doesn't fit all. And one of the ways you do this, right now we have something called critical access hospitals, so they're designated for rural areas. And actually I am the lead Democrat on a bill to extend that, to have other types of hospitals like emergency rooms in rural areas be covered. The other issue is we don't have enough personnel. And so that's where we get to this education plan. And I don't agree with some of my colleagues here about putting hard-earned taxpayer money into rich kids going to college. What I think we need to do instead is look at what our needs are in our economy. We're going to have 1 million openings for home health care workers, particularly in rural areas that we don't know how to fill. We're going to have over 100,000 openings for nursing assistants. We're not going to have a shortage of sports marketing degrees. We're going to have a shortage of plumbers and nurses. So putting incentives in place with how we do loan payback, making 1- and 2-year degrees free, and then, of course, creating loan payback programs if people will go, especially medical students, into rural areas. Final thing is comprehensive immigration reform.
Senator,
I have passed the bill that allows doctors from other countries that study in our medical schools to stay and serve in rural areas. We need to expand that.
The floor is yours. Would you like same question?
Yeah, so when I was born, there was no difference in your life expectancy if you were born in a rural area or a city. Now the gap is the biggest it's been in a generation, and that is particularly affecting Black rural families in places like South Carolina. We're seeing hospital closures right and left, and we're seeing them in particular in states where Medicaid was not expanded, something that is hurting Black and poor white families and is largely the result of racial voter suppression. See, all of these things are connected: housing, wages, the ability to get anything meaningful done on criminal justice reform. All of these things are going to be harder to deal with as long as Black voices are systematically excluded from political participation, which is happening on everything from the purging of voter rolls to the closing of voting locations. And that harms everybody. It's why in my Frederick Douglass plan for comprehensively dealing with these issues, part of the core of it is a 21st century voting rights act.
Senator Sanders.
Yeah. Very proud working with Congressman Jim Clyburn, South Carolina, that we increased funding for the Community Health Center program by $11 billion as part of the Affordable Care Act, which now provides for 9 million Americans access to primary health care, dental care, mental health counseling, and low-cost prescription drugs. In that bill, we also put $2 billion into a program which would provide debt forgiveness for doctors, nurses, dentists. We have a major dental affordable crisis in this country, to make sure that they are practicing in underserved areas. the advantage of a Medicare for all health care program, because it's not driven by profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies. We will have health care for all people in all parts of this country.
But in order for any of that to happen, it has to pass. We're talking about a plan that goes beyond
Mayor
even what they do.
We're going to go to Mayor Bloomberg. We're going to change topics. Mayor Bloomberg, as mayor of New York, you declared war on obesity. You banned trans fats from restaurants, and you tried to do the same with large sugary drinks. So if you become president, will you push those policies on the national level as well?
Well, I think what's right for New York City isn't necessarily right for all the other cities. Otherwise, you'd have a naked cowboy in every city. So let's get serious here. But I do think it's the government's job to have good science and to explain to people what science says, how to take care of themselves and extend their lives. We are a country where there are too many people that are obese. We should do something about that. But just take a look at what happened with smoking. We did ban smoking in New York City in public places, restaurants, offices, and that sort of thing. And it has spread across America, across Europe, across Latin America, even into places in the Middle East and into the Far East. It has saved an enormous number of lives. So it just goes to show if you have good public health, then you can do things. And one of the great problems today, you read about the virus. What's really happening here is the president fired the pandemic specialists in this country 2 years ago. So there's nobody here to figure out what the hell we should be doing. And he's defunded Centers for Disease Control, CDC, so we don't have the organization we need. This is a very serious thing. As you see, the stock market's falling apart because people are really worried, and they should be. We don't have anybody to respond.
We're going to talk about that in our next segment. Before I leave you, are New Yorkers living longer because of your policies?
There's no question about that.
All right,
Before I left, life expectancy in New York City had grown by 3 years during our 12 years in office, such that when I left, it was 3 years greater than the national average.
All right. Vice President Biden, please. Vice President Biden.
Look, one of the things we have to do, we have a thing in the Defense Department called DARPA, special operation thing to find out all the things we have to deal with to make us safer. They came up with the internet. They came up with the whole idea of stealth technology and the rest. I'm going to do the same thing at the National Institute of Health. We're going to focus at least $50 billion over the first 5 years on focusing on obesity, diabetes, Alzheimer's, and cancer. And we're going to make that investment because no one else is willing to make that investment. We can, in fact, find cures if we make the investment. And we can get that done. The American people support it. Even Republicans will support it. We have to focus on extending life, saving life, and making people, put them in a position to be able to live longer and more securely.
All right, Senator Biden, thank you.
Senator Klobuchar, Senator Sanders wants to legalize marijuana on day one of his presidency and is promising to expunge the record of anyone who has been arrested for possession. As a former prosecutor, is that a realistic promise?
Well, it is realistic to want to legalize marijuana. I want to do that too. And I also think you need to look back at people's records. And you maybe can't do it on day one, as he said. I think you want to have a process that you go through because there's too many people that have things on their records that have stopped them from getting jobs. I think a lot of what we also need to do is to make sure that when we do this, that we have money for treatment. And it's not necessarily because of marijuana, it is because of things like opioids and the like. And that's why one of the first plans I put out was for treatment. Because if you want to make the criminal justice system work, you don't want to have repeat customers, and you want to help people to get off of drugs. And the way you do that is with drug courts. The way you do that, by the way, is with my proposal for a clemency board in the White House so that you don't have a president that pell-mell gives pardons to his buddies and to white-collar offenders, but that instead you have a set process that you use that's fair and is outside of the Justice Department and while giving their advice.
All right, thank you, Senator Klobuchar.
Mayor
Bloomberg, I'd like to get your thoughts on this because you have called marijuana another addictive drug that we've never done research on.
Look, the first thing you do is we should not make this a criminal thing if you have a small amount. For dealers, yes. But for the average person, no, and you should expunge the records of those that got caught up in this before. Number two, we're not going to take it away from states that have already done it. But number three, you should listen to the scientists and the doctors. They say go very slowly. They haven't done enough research, and the evidence so far is worrisome before we get all our kids, particularly kids in their late teens, boys even more than girls, with this may be damaging their brains. Until we know the science, it's just nonsensical to push ahead. But whatever, the cat's out of the bag. So some states have it. You're not going to take it away. Get rid of the, decriminalize the possession.
Senator Sanders, you were name checked.
All right, look, you're right. We have a criminal justice system today that is not only broken, it is racist. We've got more people in jail than any other country on earth, including China. And one of the reasons for that is a horrific war on drugs. So I do believe that on day one, we will change the Federal Controlled Substance Act, which, if you can believe it, now equates heroin with marijuana. That's insane. We're going to take marijuana out of that and effectively legalize marijuana in every state in the country. What we are also going to do is move to expunge the records of those people who are arrested for possession of marijuana. And I'll tell you what else we're going to do. We're going to provide help to the African American, Latino, Native American community to start businesses to sell legal marijuana rather than let a few corporations control the legalized marijuana market.
All right, Senator Sanders, thank you. We've passed the halfway mark.
Can I respond to this? I wrote the bill to set up drug courts.
All right, thank you, Vice President Biden. We will get back to you. The CBS News Democratic presidential debate will continue right after the break.
Democratic debate. Each of you is campaigning for the role as commander-in-chief. Well, you will command 1.3 million U.S. troops and be responsible for protecting America's national security. There are also 53,000 here in South Carolina. You said, Senator Warren, you said you wanted to bring home all troops from the Middle East, and then you walked that back to say you want to bring home combat troops.
I do.
How does that protect America's national security?
Look, a president's first job, is to keep America safe. And an important part of that is to have a strong military. All three of my brothers served in the military, and I understand how much the military sacrifices, how much their families sacrifice, and how much they are willing to put on the line. That means that we have a sacred responsibility to them, and that is not to use our military to solve problems that cannot be solved militarily. We are not winning in Afghanistan. We are not winning in the Middle East. What we need to do is we need to use all of the tools in our toolbox. We need a strong military. We also need a strong State Department. Those are our eyes and ears on the ground. They are our front lines in diplomacy. We need a strong economy and to work worldwide on that economy, and we need strong alliances. We need to know the difference between our friends and between dictators who would do us harm, and we need to be nicer to our friends than to dictators. We need not to cut and run on our allies. We need an approach that keeps us safe by using all of the tools in a measured way.
Mayor Bloomberg, voters have not heard much about your foreign policy views. Would you pull all combat troops out of the Middle East?
No, you want to cut it back as much as you can, but I think if we learn something from 9/11, people plan things overseas and execute them here. We have to be able to stop terrorism, and there's no guarantees that you're going to be able to do it, but we have to have some troops in places where terrorists congregate, and to not do so is just irresponsible. We shouldn't be fighting wars that we can't win. We should go to war only as a last resort. Nobody argues with that. But this is a dangerous world, and if we haven't learned that after 9/11, I don't know what's going to teach us what to do. We have to do something, and I think the budget that what are things that I've seen recently convinced me that the military today is better prepared than they've been in an awful long time, and that the monies they are spending on the war weapons we need for the next war and not for the last, a common mistake that they're not making now. They're doing a good job.
Mayor Buttigieg, I'd like to go to you as the only veteran on stage. Can you weigh in on this?
Well, the first time I ever set foot in South Carolina, it was stepping off the bus that brought me to combat training near Fort Jackson. And that was to get ready to go to Afghanistan, where I saw that one of the things that kept me safe, just as sure as my body armor, was the fact that the flag on my shoulder represented a country that was known to keep its word. Our allies and our adversaries knew it. The president has torn that to shreds. And so the first thing we've got to do is restore the credibility of the United States. Second thing we got to do is make sure that we not only have the intelligence capabilities, and I guess I disagree with the mayor. I don't think we need to have ground troops anywhere terrorists can gather, because terrorists can gather anywhere in the world. But we do need intelligence capabilities and specialists on the ground. But what good is that if you have a president who won't listen to them? Right now, some of the biggest threats that we face are not only things like counterterrorism, but issues like global health security and the coronavirus that rely on the ability to listen to scientists, listen to your own intelligence, and coordinate with an international community that this president has alienated because his idea of a security strategy is a big wall.
I know it goes fast, but a minute 15 is really a long time. So we'd ask respectfully if you would all please try to keep to the time.
Good idea.
Senator Klobuchar, good idea, right, Mr. Vice President? Senator Klobuchar, today, as we were coming over here today, I promise, Mr. Vice President, we are going to get to you today.
You keep promising me that, but you haven't done it yet.
I've never broken a promise.
Well,
Senator Klobuchar, as we were coming over today, there was breaking news from the CDC about the coronavirus. And so far, there have been 2,700 deaths globally. And so far in this country, there have been no deaths. But the CDC says this: it's not a matter of if the virus will spread here, but when. The question to you is this: Would you close the borders to Americans who have been exposed to the coronavirus in order to prevent an outbreak here in this country?
Well, what we have to do is make sure that we have treatment for those Americans and that they are in a quarantine situation. We don't want to expose people, but we want to give them help. And I would agree when Mayor Bloomberg said that this president has not invested like he should have in his budget. He tried to cut back on the CDC. He tried to cut back on the international organization that would coordinate with the rest of the world. He hasn't yet really addressed the nation on this topic. I would do all of that. But I want to take this out of politics right now and talk to the American people because this is so serious. I'm not going to give my website right now. I'm going to give the CDC's website, which is cdc.gov, so that people keep checking in and they follow the rules and they realize what they have to do if they feel sick and they call their health care provider. Because many doctors are saying it's just a matter of time before we're going to start seeing this here. And I think the answers as president, what would I do? I would better coordinate throughout my presidency to be ready for the next pandemic and to prepare for this one. I would have better relations with our allies, and I would support, because I know the vaccine is out there in the head of some kid right now in school in Columbia, South Carolina, or Houston, Texas, and it's investing in education, so we are ready to lead again in the world.
Mr. Vice President, we reached a turning point today with the CDC, warning schools that they must prepare, that they might have to close. Members of the Trump administration saying we don't have enough medical masks if necessary. What would you do?
What we did with Ebola, I was part of making sure that pandemic did not get to the United States, saved millions of lives. And what we did, we set up, I helped set up that office in the presidency, in the president's office on diseases that are pandemic diseases. We increased the budget of the CDC. We increased the NIH budget. We should, if our president today, and he's wiped all that out, we did it. We stopped it. And the second thing I point out to you is that what I would do immediately is restore the funding. He cut the funding for CDC. He tried to cut the funding for NIH. He cut the funding for the entire effort. And here's the deal. I would be on the phone with China and making it clear, we are going to need to be in your country. You have to be open. You have to be clear. We have to know what's going on. We have to be there with you and insist on it and insist. I could get that done. No one up here has ever dealt internationally with any of these world leaders. I'm the only one that has.
Senator Sanders.
In the White House today, we have a self-described great genius. Self-described. And this great genius has told us that this coronavirus is going to end in 2 months. April is the magical day that this great scientist we have in the White House has determined. I wish I was kidding. That is what he said. What do we have to do? Whether or not the issue is climate change, which is clearly a global crisis requiring international cooperation, or infectious diseases like coronavirus requiring international cooperation. We have to work and expand the World Health Organization. Obviously, we have to make sure the CDC, the NIH, our infectious departments are fully funded. This is a global problem. We've got to work with countries all over the world to solve it.
Senator, we're going to stay on the topic of foreign affairs. Margaret Brennan.
Thank you, Norah. Mayor Bloomberg, you've said that President Xi Jinping of China is not a dictator and that he is responsive to his constituents and that the U.S. must cooperate with Beijing. How far does that go? Would you allow Chinese firms to build critical U.S. infrastructure?
No, I would not. And I think the Chinese government has not been open. Their press, the freedom of press does not exist there. Their human rights record is abominable, and we should make a fuss, which we've been doing, I suppose. But we make no mistake about it. We have to deal with China if we're ever going to solve the climate crisis. We have to deal with them because our economies are inextricably linked. We would not be able to sell or buy the products that we need. And in terms of whether he's a dictator, he does serve at the behest of the Politburo, of their group of people. But there's no question he has an enormous amount of power. But he does play to his constituency. You can negotiate with him. That's exactly what we have to do. Make it seem that it's in his interest and it's in people's interest to do what we want to do. Follow the rules, particularly no stealing of intellectual property. Follow the rules in terms of the trade the agreements that we have are reciprocal and go equally in both directions.
Thank you, Vice President Biden. Vice President Biden, same question to you. Would you allow Chinese firms to build critical U.S. infrastructure?
No, I would not. And I spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader had by the time we left office. This is a guy who doesn't have a democratic with a small d bone in his body. This is a guy who is a thug who, in fact, has 1 million Uyghurs in reconstruction camps, meaning concentration camps. This is a guy who you see what's happening right now in Hong Kong. And this is a guy who I was able to convince should join the international agreement at the Paris Agreement, because guess what? They need to be involved. You can cooperate and you can also dictate exactly what they are. When in fact they said we're going to set up a no-fly zone, that you can't fly through our zone. He said, what do you expect me to do when I was over there? I said, we're going to fly right through it. We flew B-1 bombers through it. We got to make it clear. They must play by the rules.
Thank you, Mr.
Period,
President.
period.
Senator Warren, same question. Would you allow Chinese firms to build infrastructure?
We have to be able to trust our president, because there are a lot of decisions a president makes that you just can't follow every part of that. And that's one of the reasons that we need to see any candidate's taxes. We know that Mayor Bloomberg has been doing business with China for a long time, and he is the only one on this stage who has not released his taxes. He plans to release them after Super Tuesday. It is not enough to be able to say, just trust me on this. We have a president who said he was going to release his taxes after the election and has refused to do this. No, I would not.
Okay. Mayor Bloomberg, would you like to respond?
I got into this race only 10 or 12 weeks ago. We've been working on our tax returns. I've said they'll be out. We probably have another couple of weeks left to go. We're doing it as fast as we can. We've complied with every single requirement for disclosure. And when I was mayor of New York, we had our tax returns out 12 years in a row, and we will do that in the White House.
Actually,
you can find my tax returns online right now.
Can I?
On the question asked, Mr. Steyer.
I released my tax returns.
Yeah.
That was easy to do. But I want to say something
How many years?
about foreign policy. 10 years. I want to say something about foreign policy, which is this. We keep acting as if we're in the 20th century or the 19th century. If you look at the biggest threats to the United States, we're talking right now about coronavirus that cannot be solved within the borders of the United States. We're talking about climate change, which is a global problem where we need U.S. leadership for countries around the world. In fact, Mr. Trump's policy of us going it alone, of America first, of having no values, no allies, and no strategy is disastrous for us. The biggest threat to America right now, in terms of our safety of our citizens, is climate, and it's time for us to deal with it that way. Every single foreign policy issue is about American leadership and coalition.
New topic, Senator Sanders.
Can I say one word on...
It's in the same theme, sir. You've praised the Chinese Communist Party for lifting more people out of extreme poverty than any other country. You also have a track record of expressing sympathy for socialist governments in Cuba and in Nicaragua. Can Americans trust that a democratic socialist president will not give authoritarians a free pass?
I have opposed authoritarianism all over the world, and I was really amazed at what Mayor Bloomberg just said a moment ago. He said that the Chinese government is responsive to the Politburo. But who the hell is the Politburo responsive to? Who elects the Politburo? You got a real dictatorship there? Of course you have a dictatorship in Cuba. What I said is what Barack Obama said in terms of Cuba, that Cuba made progress on education. Yes, I think, really? Really?
Yes, because there's no comparing those two
What Barack Obama said is they made great progress on education and health care. That was Barack Obama.
I talked to Barack Obama.
Excuse me. Occasionally, it might be a good idea to be honest about American foreign policy. And that includes the fact that America has overthrown governments all over the world, in Chile, in Guatemala, in Iran. And when dictatorships, whether it is the Chinese or the Cubans, do something good, you acknowledge that. But you don't have trade love letters with them.
President Biden.
This is 2020. We can't
Mr. Vice President.
be reliving the Cold War.
Look, Barack Obama was abroad. He was in a town meeting. He did not in any way suggest that there was anything positive about the Cuban government. He acknowledged that they did increase life expectancy, but he went on and condemned the dictatorship. He went on and condemned the people who, in fact, had run that committee. He also made sure to make it clear. And by the way, I called to make sure that I was prepared to. I never say in my private conversation with him. But the fact of the matter is, he in fact did not, has never embraced an authoritarian regime and does not now. This man said that in fact he did not condemn what they did.
That is untrue, categorically untrue.
What did you tell him?
I have condemned authoritarianism, whether it is the people in Saudi Arabia that the United States government has
Cuba,
loved
Nicaragua?
for years. Cuba, Nicaragua. Authoritarianism of any stripe is bad. But
Period.
That is different than saying that governments occasionally do things that are good.
Look,
that's what Barack Obama said.
The only way we're going to restore American credibility, the only way we can do this is to actually win the presidency. And I am not looking forward to a scenario where it comes down to Donald Trump with his nostalgia for the social order of the 1950s and Bernie Sanders with the nostalgia for the revolutionary politics of the 1960s. This is not about what coups were happening in the 1970s or 80s. This is about the future. This is about 2020. We are not going to survive or succeed, and we're certainly not going to win by reliving the Cold War. And we're not going to win these critical House and Senate races if people in those races have to explain why the nominee of the Democratic Party is telling people to look at the bright side of the Castro regime. We've got to be a lot smarter about this and look to the future.
Senator Sanders, your response.
Let us be clear. Do we think health care for all, Pete, is some kind of radical communist idea? Do we think raising the minimum wage to a living wage? Do we think building the millions of units of affordable housing that we need? Do we think raising taxes on billionaires is a radical idea?
Let's talk about what's radical about that plan.
Reform
Senator,
is a radical idea.
The things you just named.
Do we think immigration reform? The truth is, Pete, that the American people support my agenda. That is why I am beating Trump in virtually every poll that has done, and why I will defeat him.
We got to open this up. Universal health care for
Senator Klobuchar.
Right,
Donald Trump's worst nightmare is having someone that the people in the middle who are tired of the insults and the extremes in our politics have someone to vote for. And I was going to comment on Cuba policy because I actually lead the bill to lift the embargo. I went with Barack Obama when he went to Cuba, and I've seen firsthand how the Cuban people are way in front of their leaders. They like America. They want to be entrepreneurs. And the way that we embrace them and not the socialist regime is by opening up Cuba and starting to do business with them. But to get at what we were just talking about, I just think we have a huge choice. Super Tuesday states. One-third of America will vote. Do you want to have someone in charge of this ticket? Could I finish, Margaret?
Well, you're
you want to have someone in charge of this ticket who wants to put forward $60 trillion in spending, 3 times the American economy. I don't think we do. I think that we can get all those bold, progressive things done without having someone that is so alienating that we're going to turn off the voters that we need to bring with us.
You have to allow the senator to respond.
Can I respond?
Respond to the question that
Amy
Senator
used
Sanders
the word
raised.
Alienating. Hey, Amy.
Yes,
my favorability nationally, I believe, are the highest up here, as a matter of fact. All right? But the point is, the way we are going to beat Trump, which is what everybody up here wants, is we need a campaign of energy and excitement. We need to have the largest voter turnout in the history of the United States. We need to bring working people back into the Democratic Party. We need to get young people voting in a way they have never done before. That is what our campaign is about.
Bill Whitaker has the floor.
Vice President Biden.
Yes.
The bipartisan Senate Select Committee on Intelligence report concluded Russia interfered in our last presidential election, and the Obama administration failed to respond forcefully. U.S. intelligence says Russia's at it again. If it is proven that Russia has interfered in the 2020 elections, would you, as president, launch a retaliatory cyber attack?
I would make them pay for it, and I make them pay for it economically. They are engaged now, as I speak, in interfering in our elections. They were engaged, and when in fact we were the last election in 2016 against Hillary. They were. There's no question. This man stood before the whole world, turned to the Russian leader and said, why in God's name would this man ever interfere in our elections? Give me a break. 17 intelligence agencies said he did. When we got the information, we went to the committee in the Senate that's responsible for knowing these issues and dealing with them. We went to Mitch McConnell and said, join us and point out what is happening here. He said, no, we want no part of it. And if we had moved, we didn't have all the information at that time until after the election was over. And so the idea the bipartisan committee said we could have done more, theoretically that's true. But the fact of the matter is we didn't have the information till the end. And so, look, we in fact should be imposing sanctions on Russia now for their interference.
Mr. Steyer.
Look, 21st century warfare is cyber warfare. What we're having is an attack by a hostile foreign power on our democracy right now.
Right.
The question you have to ask is, where's the commander-in-chief? And let me say this.
We don't have one.
This isn't news. What Vice President Biden said is true. He did stand next to Vladimir Putin. There was a hostile foreign attack on our election last time, and the president sided with the hostile foreign power. That's why I started need to impeach. That's what we have to do. We have to oppose a president who sides with a hostile foreign power that commits cyber warfare against the United States of America. That's where we are. Where are all these patriotic Republicans who wave the flag, but when we're actually under attack, they side with our enemies? It's outrageous. That's why he should have been impeached. They covered it up, and I was years before these people. There's something wrong here. We're under attack, and they're not doing a darn thing about it.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer.
Look,
Major.
the way to deter
Senator Sanders. Senator Sanders, I have a question for you, sir. You're the front runner in this race. You're on the ballot in South Carolina. Mayor Bloomberg, you'll understand that preamble in just a second. If elected, Senator Sanders, you would be America's first Jewish president. You recently called a very prominent, well-known American Israel lobby a platform for, quote, bigotry. What would you say to American Jews who might be concerned you're not, from their perspective, supportive enough of Israel? And specifically, sir, would you move the U.S. Embassy back to Tel Aviv?
Let me just, the answer is it's something that we would take into consideration.
Which would
But here, excuse me. But here is the point. I am very proud of being Jewish. I actually lived in Israel for some months. But what I happen to believe is that right now, sadly, tragically, in Israel, through Bibi Netanyahu, you have a reactionary racist who is now running that country. And I happen to believe that what our foreign policy in the Mideast should be about is absolutely protecting the independence and security of Israel. But you cannot ignore the suffering of the Palestinian people. We have got to have a policy that reaches out to the Palestinians and the Americans. And in answer to your question, that will come within the context of bringing nations together in the Mideast.
Mayor Bloomberg, would you like to weigh in on that, please?
Well, the battle's been going on for a long time in the Middle East, whether it's the Arabs versus the Persians, the Shias versus the Sunnis, the Jews in Israel and the Palestinians. It's only gone on for 40 or 50 years. Number one, you can't move the embassy back. We should not have done it without getting something from the Israeli government, but it was done, and you're going to have to leave it there. Number two, the only solution here is a two-state solution. The Palestinians have to be accommodated. The real problem here is you have two groups of people, both of who think God gave them the same piece of land. And the answer is to obviously split it up. leave the Israeli borders where they are, try to push them to pull back some of those extra on the other side of the wall where they've built these new communities, which they should not have done that. Pull it back.
Mayor Bloomberg, thank you very much. Senator Warren.
Look, the way we have to think about this is I think we have to start with the values and what has to be protected here. Israelis have a right to security, and the Palestinians have a right to be treated with dignity and to have self-determination. That is a two-state solution. But it's not up to us to determine what the terms of a two-state solution are. We want to be a good ally to everyone in the region. The best way to do that is to encourage the parties to get to the negotiating table themselves. Donald Trump's big mistake is he keeps putting a thumb on the scale on just one side, and that moves the parties further away from working out their own solution here. We need to be an ally by supporting them to come to negotiate, to find a lasting
But Senator
peace.
Warren, just on the question of the embassy, what was your position
It
on
is
that?
not ours to do.
Would you move it back?
It is not ours to do. We should let the parties determine
Would you
the
move it back
capitals.
or not? Yes or no?
We should let the parties determine the capitals themselves.
Norah?
I want to turn now to the issue of North Korea, because President Trump has engaged in direct diplomacy, meeting directly with Kim Jong-un. Senator Klobuchar, if you were commander-in-chief, would you meet with the North Korean leader?
I would, but not in the way this president has done it. He literally thinks he can go over and bring a hot dish to the dictator next door, and he thinks everything's going to be fine. He has not done it with our allies. He has literally just hastily called summits and run off. That is no way to do it, and as you can see, North Korea is emboldened. They're still launching missiles. They promised a Christmas surprise that thankfully never happened, and he has not been able to advance the ball at all. So what would I do? I would work with our allies, and it has been pointed out, this is what this president fails at all the time. We should be negotiating ourselves back into the Iran nuclear agreement. We should be working with Russia not only to stand up for the protection of our elections and call Vladimir Putin out for what he is, the ruthless dictator that takes down planes, that poisons dissidents, but that also at the same time we have to acknowledge that we should be renegotiating the New START treaty and the other arms negotiations that must happen. This president just likes to do tweets at 4 a.m. in his bathrobe, gets out there and doesn't achieve the results we need. I would meet with him, but I would do it with our allies. I would have clear deliverables, and I would achieve those deliverables.
Mr. Vice President, how would you deal with North Korea?
You don't negotiate with a dictator, give him legitimacy, without any notion whether he is going to do anything at all. You don't do that. Look what happened. He gave this dictator, he's a thug, legitimacy. We've weakened the sanctions around the world against holding committing people not to trade anything from oil to parts that they can deal with providing missile technology. And what's happened? It's been weakened. I would be in Beijing. I would be I would be speaking with Xi Jinping. I would be reassigning the relationship between Japan and South Korea, and I would make it clear. I'd make it clear to China, we are going to continue to move closer to make sure that we can, in fact, prevent North Korea from launching missiles to take them down. And if we don't, why am I stopping? No one else stops.
Okay. Okay, sir.
That's my Catholic school training.
Okay.
No. Vice President Biden, you're a gentleman. Good home training. Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen don't get very well treated up here.
Margaret Brennan.
Thank you very much, Norah. This is a question for Mayor Buttigieg. As you know, viewers and voters are participating in this through Twitter. The city of Idlib in Syria is facing an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. The Syrian regime and Russia are targeting schools, bakeries, and hospitals. What would you do as president to push back regime and Russian forces and stop the killing of innocent civilians?
First of all, I stand with the people of Idlib, who are being targeted, as you said, in a brutal fashion by a dictatorship that has already been so brutal for so many years. And this is one of the reasons we have got to change the balance of power in the region, because the president has basically vanished from the stage when it comes to even playing a role in the future there. Turkey, Russia, Iran all have so much more of a say than we do. We don't have to be invading countries to be making a difference, working with our international partners in order to deliver peace and support those who are standing up for self-determination. Now, I want to come back to something, and I promise it relates to international affairs, because Senator Sanders asked me a question earlier. He asked the question of whether health care for everybody is a radical idea. And it's not, which is why I'm for it. Very much in a different way, though. What is a radical idea is completely eliminating all private insurance. And part of how you know it is that no industrialized country has gone that far. He and I both like to talk about Denmark, for example. But even in Denmark, they have not abolished the possibility of private insurance. So this is an idea that goes further than what is acceptable in Denmark, the country, let alone imagining how that's going to fly in Denmark, South Carolina.
Thank you, Mayor. Senator Warren, would you like to respond? What would you do? What would Senator Warren do to stop the mass murder?
I'm sorry.
Same question. What would you do to stop the mass murder in Idlib, Syria?
Look, I think that what we've got to do is we have to provide humanitarian relief. We need to work with our allies on this, but this is not a moment for military intervention. We have got to use our military only when we see a military problem that can be solved militarily. We cannot send our military in unless we have a plan to get them out. So for me, this is about working with our allies. It is about standing with the people who are under enormous pressure right now. This is recognizing what Donald Trump has put us in a terrible box around the world. But the solution is not to use our military. The solution is to use the other tools here.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, we've talked a lot about your policies during this debate. Now we'd like to get a little more personal. I know, Senator Sanders, how much you enjoy that. We're going to ask you when we come back from the break about the words you live by. We're going to give you a couple of minutes to gather your thoughts, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Charleston, South Carolina. This is the final segment of the final debate before the first in the South primary this Saturday and Super Tuesday 1 week from today. Gayle?
All right, one final question, candidates, and it's a two-parter. First, I'd like you each to tell us the biggest misconception about you. That's number one. Number two, the South Carolina motto is this: while I breathe, I hope. So outside of politics, and no more than 45 seconds or so, what is your personal motto, your personal belief, your favorite quote that represents you? Mr. Steyer, the biggest misconception, and then your motto.
The biggest misconception about me is that somehow I'm defined by business success and money.
Okay, and your motto?
My motto: every day I write a cross on my hand to remind myself to tell the truth and do what's right, no matter what.
All right, thank you, Mr. Steyer. Senator Klobuchar?
I'd say the biggest misconception is that I'm boring, because I'm not. Then I would say that my motto is the words of one of my political mentors, Paul Wellstone, who's sadly no longer with us. And he said that politics is about improving people's lives. And that's been my life. From when my grandpa was an iron ore miner and the unions, politics made those mines safer. And when my dad needed treatment, it was there for him. And in his words, he was pursued by grace. And when my mom got divorced and she didn't have a job and she went back to teaching, and that gift of public service got her through. And then when our daughter was born
Senator
and
Klobuchar,
she couldn't
what was your
swallow,
motto?
that
I'm
was
sorry.
my life.
Senator Klobuchar,
oh, I
what
thought
was
we
your
had a
motto?
minute to answer the question.
No, what was your motto? I'm sorry.
My motto was that politics is about improving people's lives.
Got it. Vice President Biden, biggest misconception?
Pretty good one.
It was a very good one.
Thank
Very
you.
good one.
Thank you.
When you get knocked down, get up, and everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity, no matter what, no matter who they are. Also that everyone should be represented. No one's better than me, and I'm no better than anyone else. The fact is, what we should be doing, we talked about the Supreme Court. I'm looking forward to making sure there's a black woman on the Supreme Court to make sure we, in fact, get every representation. Not a joke. Not a joke. I pushed very hard for that. And my mother's motto was, she said, you know, you're defined by your courage, you're redeemed by your loyalty. I am loyal, I do what I say.
What's the biggest misconception about you, sir?
I have more hair than I think I do.
There's a way to fix that, Senator Sanders.
Misconception.
Yes.
Misconception, and you're hearing it here tonight, is that the ideas I'm talking about are radical. They're not. In one form or another, they exist in countries all over the world. Healthcare is a human right. We have the necessity, the moral imperative to address the existential threat of climate change. Other countries are doing that. We don't need more people in jail, disproportionately African American, than any other country on earth. Not a radical idea. The motto, the saying that moves me the most is from Nelson Mandela. And Mandela said, everything is impossible until it happens. And that means if we have the guts to stand up to powerful special interest, we're doing phenomenally well. If we can bring working people together, black and white and Latino, we can create a nation.
All right, Senator
where
Sanders,
all people have a good
Senator
standard of living.
Senator Warren.
Well, I suppose one misconception is that I don't eat very much. In fact, I eat all the time because I get teased about this. Look, I never was supposed to be on a stage like this. And the misconception is that I thought I should be president of the United States. No, I got into this because I am a fighter. My motto ties in directly to this. It's Matthew 25. And that is, inasmuch as ye hath done it unto one of these, the least of thy brethren, ye hath done it unto me. For me, this is about how we treat other people and how we lift them up. That is why I am in this fight. That is why I am running to be president. And it is why I will be an effective president.
Thank you, Senator. Mayor Buttigieg.
Well, I think the biggest misconception is that I'm not passionate. I get that I'm kind of level. Some say unflappable. I don't think you want a president who's flappable. But it's precisely because I'm so passionate about the things that are going on in this country that I consider it important to approach all of that with discipline. My disciplines are guided by the mottos I try to live by, many of which come from Scripture. And just to be clear, I would never impose my interpretation of my religion on anybody. Just as sure as I'm wearing this ring, I'll never let that happen to anybody. But I seek to live by the teachings that say that if you would be a leader, you must first be a servant. And of course, the teaching, not unique to the Christian tradition, but a big part of it, that holds that we are to treat others as we would be treated. And when I think about everything at stake, from racial and economic justice to our stewardship of the climate, to the need to heal the sick and the need to heal this country, I seek for those teachings to order my steps as I go through this campaign and as I go through life.
Thank you. Mayor Bloomberg.
Misconception that I'm 6 feet tall. And quote, I've trained for this job for a long time, and when I get it, I'm going to do something rather than just talk about it.
All right. Thank you, candidates. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. That concludes our debate.
No, we have time for one more break, Norah, one more break. Time flies when you're having fun. You're watching the Democratic debate right here on CBS.
Thank you. That concludes our debate. We want to thank the candidates, the moderators, and to you watching at home tonight.
And a reminder that the primary here in South Carolina is this Saturday. Then next Tuesday, of course, Super Tuesday, CBS News will have special coverage.
And our coverage of tonight's debate will continue in a moment from the Spin Room here on CBS and on our streaming news service, CBSN. There will be more about the debate as well on your late local news on this CBS station and first thing tomorrow on CBS This Morning.
I'm getting on a plane right now going to New York. I'll be there.
From all of us here at CBS News, I'm Norah O'Donnell. Good night.
Good night.
Imagine spending the better part of 2020 with Bernie Sanders versus Donald Trump.
I think I would make a better president than Bernie.
I'm hearing my name mentioned a little bit tonight. I wonder why.
I'll tell you what the Russians want.
Russia is helping you get elected, so you'll lose to him.
Hey, Bernie, I was talking about.
Here's the deal. Let me go.
Thank you,
Whoa. This conversation shows a huge risk.
At least I didn't have a boss who said to me, kill it.
Never said that.
If we spend the next 4 months tearing our party apart, we're going to watch Donald Trump spend the next 4 years tearing our country apart.
Good evening and welcome to special coverage of the 10th Democratic presidential debate. I'm Elaine Quijano, live in Charleston, South Carolina. Tonight, we are simulcasting on CBS and our 24-hour streaming news network, CBSN. Over the next hour, we will hear directly from the candidates who took part in tonight's event. Our team is here in the spin room, ready to meet the candidates as they make their way out of the debate hall. And our panel of journalists and analysts will be here to get to the substance of what the Democratic hopefuls said. Antoine Seawright is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Caitlin Huey-Burns is a CBSN political reporter. And Ed O'Keefe is a CBS News political correspondent. Plus, CBS News chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett will join us in a few minutes with insight from his perspective in the debate hall tonight. 7 candidates made the stage there. Every one of them had something to gain and perhaps more to lose. let's start with our panel and get some initial takeaways tonight, starting with you, Ed.
Elaine, great to be with you. Certainly began feisty, but ultimately ended informative. I think what you saw there at the beginning, as unwieldy, as aggressive as it was, is a sign of desperation for a lot of these candidates who understand that tonight was their last opportunity to speak out, not only to voters here in South Carolina, but in those 14 states that vote next week on Super Tuesday. Places like California, Texas, Minnesota, Colorado, Virginia, Vermont. Huge number of delegates available next week. So there was essentially two fights underway tonight. Joe Biden trying to maintain his lead here and stave off Bernie Sanders and Tom Steyer, who were inching up on him, and then everyone else trying to break through in all those other states and try to stop the rise of Mike Bloomberg, who's been spending not billions, millions of his own dollars, feels like billions,
Yes, right.
millions of his own dollars on advertising across the country.
Caitlin?
It did certainly feel like all of these candidates had something to lose at this point, because we're just a week away from Super Tuesday, where the bulk of the delegates will be at stake. The biggest question that I had going into this debate tonight was, could these candidates do anything to blunt the momentum coming from Bernie Sanders? We saw him coming off a big win in Nevada. He won New Hampshire. He is considered a front runner in this primary process. You saw the attacks against him early on in this debate, especially from Joe Biden and Michael Bloomberg. But I think Bernie Sanders seemed to be able to move forward his campaign, not taking as many cuts as he might have.
Antoine, quickly.
You can feel the gravity and the expectation in tonight's debate, and it was bigger than South Carolina. This was about the next phase and the next leg of this race. I thought there were many candidates who had something to prove, and those who had something to prove definitely proved what they needed to, Ed O'Keefe. The fact of the matter is, we knew Bernie Sanders was going to be ground zero for everyone on that debate stage, including Michael Bloomberg. That did not fall short, and we knew there was high expectation for the Vice President Biden to perform well, and it was a homecoming for Joe Biden. I think he did everything he was supposed to do tonight.
All right, thank you all. We'll have more with our panel in just a moment. First, let's take a look at some of the biggest moments of the night.
Of the last 50 polls that have been done nationally, I beat Trump 47 of those 50 times. What every study out there, conservative or progressive, says Medicare for all will save money. Ours will cost about $45 billion, not $60 trillion.
No,
We are looking at a party that has decided that we're either going to support someone who's a democratic socialist or somebody who has a long history of being a Republican.
9 people shot dead by a white supremacist. Bernie voted 5 times against the Brady bill. I'm not saying he's responsible for the 9 deaths, but that man would not have been able to get that weapon with the waiting period had been what I suggest until you are cleared.
The mayor even said that they disproportionately stopped white people too often and minorities too little. There's 7 white people on this stage talking about racial justice.
At least I didn't have a boss who said to me, kill it. The way that Mayor Bloomberg
never
alleged
said
to
that.
have said to one of his pregnant employees.
Nobody accused me of doing anything other than just making a comment or two. And what the senator did suggest was that we release these women from the non-disclosure agreement. I did that 2 days later.
The time has come for us to stop acting like the presidency is the only office that matters. Not only is this a way to get Donald Trump reelected, we got a House to worry about. We got a Senate to worry about.
And joining our panel now, Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Senator, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you. Enjoyed the debate.
So I want to talk a little bit, first of all, of where you stand right now. In our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker, it found that you're polling in the single digits with African-American voters here in South Carolina. How are you feeling coming off the debate stage now?
Good. I have to earn that support. I know that. And I think I made some pretty pointed comments about my plans, that this means not just investing in economic opportunity and improving our criminal justice system, but it's also about making sure people can vote. And I'm the leader in the U.S. Senate when it comes to the bill to stop the voting purges, to stop the gerrymandering, to make sure that kids can be automatically registered to vote when they turn 18. But I thought to commend CBS, I thought the debate was a little less of a slugfest than last time.
You did.
I did. I actually had.
Okay.
No, I mean, I know, it's all relative, isn't it? But I had the opportunity to answer some key questions, as did others, on rural health care and on education and the like. And I think that's really important because there's tons of people watching these debates that have not tuned in until now.
I got two questions for you. First of all, there appeared to be, or you appeared to have, a disagreement there with former Vice President Biden regarding the Violence Against Women Act, gun control, and the so-called boyfriend loophole.
Yeah.
First of all, for those that are unfamiliar, remind us what that is and why you're pushing for it.
Well, what this is, it's a bill that I've authored that basically says that people who are convicted of domestic abuse shouldn't be able to go out and get an AK-47 or any gun. And it's there's a high rate of homicide for people that have actually been convicted of domestic abuse. That is my bill. It passed in the House. Debbie Dingell's the lead. Passed in the House, sitting on Mitch McConnell's desk. I think what he was referring to was the Violence Against Women Act. And he was the original author of that. But I think it was some confusion. I don't know why he chose to engage in that fight, but such is life. I thought the bigger point was mine, that if we keep fighting like this as a party for the next 4 months and tearing each other apart, we're going to see 4 more years of Donald Trump tearing our country apart. And so that's why today I chose, yes, I picked a fight with Bernie, because I think that we need to make that clear and have the American people and our party understand who would they be putting at the top of the ticket if they chose Bernie Sanders over me. But for the most part, I thought that I would focus on substance instead of fighting with everyone else.
Senator, you've been campaigning as someone who can win back the heartland, who can win back those Trump voters. But think about Bernie Sanders at the top of the ticket, as you just mentioned. How concerned are you, on a level of 1 to 10, of him being the nominee, what that would do in states like yours or in congressional down-ballot races?
Well, I'm very concerned. I'd first point out, in my own state, I beat Donald Trump by 17 points in a poll about a month and a half ago. In Pennsylvania, which we lost in 2016, I beat Donald Trump by 7 points. I think the vice president beats him by 8. So when you start looking at that, I think you've got to really look not just at those individual states, but the individual congressional districts, because those candidates are not on Medicare for all. Those people that just won in tight races. They are in the kind of districts that I win routinely. Rural, suburban, Republican districts. And I am the only one up there, despite all the talk. There is no doubt about this, fact check it, that has led the ticket, that has won in those areas over and over again.
61% of the people who cast their vote will be African American on Saturday, 55% women. This will be the first time in this process we will see the most consequential constituencies in this party and in this country demonstrated through this voting process. How do you intend to put together the right coalition to not only take back the White House, but to bring this party together to win up and down the ballot?
You do it by focusing on economic prosperity and shared prosperity for everyone. You do it by acknowledging that African American women especially have been carrying the votes for this party, and they need some friends. And so to me, that means making the case to bring in those rural voters and suburban voters, that this is, yes, an economic check on this president, but it also is a patriotism check. It is a decency check.
Senator, real quick, before we have to go earn some money, will you win your home state of Minnesota on Super Tuesday?
Yes, I will. I'm ahead in 2 recent polls of Senator Sanders, and it's one of the few Super Tuesday states where there's someone that's clearly ahead of him. I hope after this debate that's going to change as people see how strong we are. But I have staff in every one of the 14 states, and we're going to go out there and make my case that if you're tired of the noise and the nonsense and the extremes in our politics, you have a home with me.
Senator Amy Klobuchar, Senator, thank you so much for your time.
It's great to be on.
Let's go back in the debate hall right now, where our chief Washington correspondent, Major Garrett, is standing by with former Vice President Joe Biden. Major?
Elaine, thanks very much. Welcome back to the main stage. Mr. Vice President, great to see you.
Good to be here.
I know you're tired of talking about the shrinking poll gap here in South Carolina. What I want to ask you is, did you turn that around tonight? Did you clinch a victory for you on the stage tonight?
The last poll I saw was an NBC poll showing me up 15 points. And that's less than I was up before.
Right.
We'll find that out. I don't know. Look, I'm not very good at pontificating
But
what's
you've got a
happening.
great gut instinct, Mr. Vice President. You needed a big night tonight. You know a lot was riding on this performance. How'd it go?
That's for the voters to decide. I said what I had when I got a chance to say something. I said what I had to say. And look, it's all about whether or not we're going to give people an even shot. The idea that, progressive is what we're looking for and not a revolution. This idea of a revolution, it's not going to happen. People want progress. They want to build on what we had, not go back, but build on what we had. And the idea we should have a health care policy that covers people. We do that. We can afford it. We can get it done.
Is the very notion of revolutionary politics within the Democratic Party disqualifying?
No, it's not disqualifying. It's worth competing about. But the fact is, the idea that Bernie's going to bring out more people than Barack and I brought out in 2012 is just...
or 2008 even.
2008 is just not like... and you look what's happened so far. You've got to be able to go out and get mainstream Democrats, and you've got to be able to go out and get independents and some Republicans to vote to bring this country together. And you do that by talking sensibly about what's at stake. And I think that what we're talking about now is, spending $60 billion. It's just not
I believe the number we raised and others raised on the stage was $60 trillion.
Trillion, I meant to say.
Over 10 years.
Freudian slip. $60 trillion. And it's just kind of bizarre.
One more political question. If you don't win South Carolina, can Joe Biden, former Vice President of the United States, carry on in this campaign with any hope of securing the nomination? You're going to win.
I'm going to win South Carolina.
By how much?
I don't know.
Does it matter?
I think it's just important that I win. Just like
1 point is enough.
1 point is enough, but I think I can win by a lot more than that. Look, the African American community knows me, my record. They've known me for the last 40 years. I've kept my word. I've done everything I've said. They know who I am, and it's no, I'm not Johnny-come-lately to this.
And yet, in the first 3 contests where you competed against this entire field, you've underperformed.
Well, I haven't underperformed in terms of, let me put it this way. The first 3 contests were not contests. The first 2 contests were not contests that represented what America looks like.
Not diverse enough, in other words.
Not diverse enough. No Democrat has ever won without overwhelming black support. It's not possible to win. And being able at the same time to get working class, high school educated folks voting for you. That's the base of my support my whole career. That's one of the reasons Barack picked me to be on the ticket with him. That's why we did so well in Pennsylvania and other states. And in all those states, Bernie talks about he's leading. I'm beating them all in each of those states.
Some issues that were raised on the stage tonight included comments that Senator Sanders has made about either Israel or a very well-known lobby in America for Israel, about Cuba, about Nicaragua, about some of what other people on this stage have implied is an unvetted past. Are any of those things, A, disqualifying, or do you think the American people, second question, know enough about Senator Sanders' either rhetoric or record?
No, they do not, because he has not been. Look, you've checked every vote I've ever had for the last 40 years. I mean, not you personally, okay? Every single, no, literally, not figuratively, every major vote I've ever taken the last 40 years. And I'm still standing in national polls, with a few exceptions. I was winning. I've been winning. So the point is...
And is it your assessment that Senator Sanders has not received that level of scrutiny?
I'll lay you 8-5. No one knows he voted against the Brady bill 5 times. I'll lay you 8-5. No one knows he supported the gun lobby.
Mr. Vice President, hard rap means I've got to go.
All right, I got it.
And you do too.
I do too.
Elaine, back to you from the main stage.
Thank you.
Major, thank you. We are going to take a quick break. Much more coming up from Charleston, South Carolina. Senator Bernie Sanders is joining us. We'll get his take on tonight's debate. And for those of you watching on your local CBS station, don't forget to download the free CBS News app. It will let you stream our 24-hour streaming news network, CBSN, including our extended coverage coming up in the next hour. We'll be right back.
What we need to do is to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to all people. One of the options is a 7.5% payroll tax on employers, which will save them substantial sums of money.
That was, of course, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who joins us now on set here in the spin room. Senator Sanders, thank you so much for being with us.
I agree with that guy. I thought that was a brilliant remark.
Let me ask you about that guy. That guy is a front runner and had
So I learned tonight.
How'd that feel? Do you feel like you successfully convinced people who are skeptical of many things about your campaign, particularly how you're going to pay for your plans?
I do. Look, the truth is nothing I am saying is radical. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. They manage to provide health care to every man, woman, and child, spending half as much per capita as we do. Look, the bottom line is, do we have the guts to take on the pharmaceutical industry that charges us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs? Do we have the courage to take on the healthcare industry? Combined, they made $100 billion in profits last year. That's what this fight is about. Nobody can defend a system which is so wasteful, so expensive, and leaves 87 million people uninsured or underinsured.
Senator, can I ask you about your comments about former Cuban leader Fidel Castro? You got a chance to discuss the substance of it in the debate. Let me ask about the raw politics. You know that there are at least 2 South Florida Democratic congresswomen who have expressed grave concern with what you said and are concerned that even they, other Democrats across the state of Florida, could suffer if they have to share a ticket with someone who is sympathetic to at least some of the Castro legacy. What would you say to them?
2 responses. Number one, truth is truth. If somebody in Saudi Arabia or any country in the world teaches illiterate people to read, you can tell me that's a bad thing? It is not. Barack Obama made the point that Cuba had made good progress in healthcare and education. Cuba is an authoritarian country. I have decried and condemned authoritarianism, whether it's on the left or the right, all over the world. Second point is the way we are going to win in Florida and in every other state in this country. And the reason I think I am ahead of Trump in the last 47 out of 50 national polls, ahead of them in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, is to grow, to have the largest voter turnout in the history of this country. And the only way you do it is by talking to the issues that the political establishment has long ignored. Truth is, we have massive income and wealth inequality. Truth is that working people have not seen a real wage increase in 45 years. We have today
go ahead. But on this issue of the potential political peril you and Democrats could suffer in Florida, Congresswoman Donna Shalala said, come on down to Miami and meet with the people who have been affected by his regime. Would you be willing to do that and hear them out?
I go all over the country, of course. Cuba is a dictatorship. I've said that 8 million times. But that does not mean to say, as Obama pointed out, that even under a dictatorship, you could teach people to read and to write, that you could provide health care to all people. So I think what happened, I find it very interesting that I saw what Barack Obama had to say when he was talking to Cubans, and he made the right point. He says, your economy is terrible. You're living in poverty. You've done some good things in healthcare and education. I agree with that. Obama said it, no problem. I said it, oh my God, the world is falling apart.
But you know, you're a democratic socialist. That was a socialist regime. You can understand why there's misperceptions.
No,
there's at least misperceptions.
Those are political attacks. It's not misperceptions. The views that I believe in, when it's healthcare for all, having a tax structure that is, look, we have an insane situation where Amazon, owned by the wealthiest guy in America last year, after making $11 billion in profit, didn't pay a nickel in taxes. Think that makes sense? Do you think it makes sense that we give tax breaks to billionaires and you have 500,000 people sleeping out on the street? They got 45 million people in student debt. We have to change the priorities. The only way we change priorities is taking on the economic and political special interests in this country. That's what my campaign is about.
Senator, there's been so much of the discussion focused on how you would pay for Medicare for all, but how would you actually pass it? If you look at the dissent coming from your rivals on the stage, there is not a lot of support from them for it. And also, if you look at the criticism you've received for not being able to pass much legislation in Congress,
well, that's
how do you actually do it?
How much time do you have? Yeah, I passed the most significant veterans legislation in modern history. We brought $11 billion more into primary care. 9 million people now have access to health care, previously not. Passed the first time the War Powers Act to get us out of the war in Yemen. So I reject categorically that we don't have a strong record.
All right, Senator Bernie Sanders, Senator Sanders, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Coming up after the break, Senator Elizabeth Warren joins us on set, and our panel will be back to break down more highlights from tonight's debate in Charleston, South Carolina. Stay with us.
How about a wealth tax in America? Because with a 2-cent tax on just the top 0.1%, we have a chance to invest in universal child care for every one of our babies, to really level the playing field, put $50 billion into historically black colleges and universities.
That was Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, who joins us now on set here in the spin room. Senator, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here.
So the stakes are incredibly high for all the candidates on stage, including yourself. How are you feeling after your performance?
I feel good about it. You know, I had a chance to get out there and talk about my values, and also to talk about why I think I would make the best nominee for the Democrats and the best president of the United States. And after all, that's what this is about.
Senator, there is a graveyard concern about possible down ballot carnage if we nominate the wrong person in this party we all love so much. And the number one rule I learned in politics, you cannot govern if you do not win. You have plans. You're very proud of that.
Yep.
So how will your plans be implemented if we do not win?
Well, that's the whole point. We do have to win. But you know what I think we're seeing is that the Democratic Party is a progressive party. And progressive ideas are popular. You know, you just ran at the top here. The whole notion of what we could do, progressive, a 2-cent tax on just a tiny handful of folks at the very top. And all of a sudden, we got money to invest in an entire generation. We've got money to invest in our babies. We've got money to invest in our public schools. We've got money to invest in our HBCUs. We've got money to make technical school and 2-year college and 4-year college tuition free. We got money to cancel student loan debt for 43 million Americans. To me, this is about values. Let me go out and talk about this, because here's the thing. Democrats really like that, but so do independents and Republicans. A majority of Republicans know it's time for a 2-cent wealth tax. They see it as they've been getting the short end of the stick too. And that's true for really the main parts I'm putting forward. My anti-corruption plan, good for Democrats and a majority of Republicans. My plan to increase Social Security payments by $200 a month by increasing taxes on the top 2%. Democrats like it, Republicans like it. That's how we get elected down ballot, and it's how we govern. We start with the things, the good progressive things that most of America actually wants to see.
Senator, we're just a week away from Super Tuesday. I know you're counting the days. Your home state of Massachusetts will be one of those states making up its mind, where the bulk of the delegates are going to be decided a week from now. Can you guarantee that you will win your home state?
Look, I'm out here making my case to everybody all across the nation. And I'm so deeply grateful to the people in my home state who helped me beat an incumbent Republican back in 2012. You know, you have to remember about this. I've never been in politics before then. And when I got in that race, I was down 17 points. But a lot of good folks in Massachusetts said, you get out on point, you take on this race that a lot of people thought was not winnable by a Democrat, and we'll come help you. And right up to Election Day, people were saying, I'm not sure if it's going to work or not. By golly, I beat that guy by 7.5 points. That's what the people of Massachusetts delivered.
So is that
and I'm grateful. Look, I'm out there talking to everybody because that's the way to do it.
Senator Warren, you've heard the metaphor that there's this progressive lane and it's only wide enough for one candidate. It appears Senator Sanders is ahead of you on that. How do you reverse that trend? And is that lane only wide enough for one?
You know, I just think that's the wrong way to look at it. Progressive ideas are popular, not just among Democrats, but also among Republicans.
But it matters who the vote getter is, and right now it's Senator Sanders.
Look, and the point I'm making is I think I'm the person who is the best nominee for the Democrats and will also make the best president, and I'll tell you why. It's not only that I have unshakable values, it's that I have a track record of getting things done. Because I look at it this way. Progressives are going to get exactly one chance to make transformative change. And that means we better have a leader who actually knows how to get in the fight and how to make change happen. That's something I have done. I built a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I fought banks. I built coalitions. And I've done it in my time in the Senate, and I'm going to keep on doing it.
Based on the results so far, do you need to adjust your campaign strategy?
Look, this is who I am. I'm not somebody whose campaign is shaped by a bunch of consultants. I'm not somebody who came to this and said to people, tell me the way that you can make me win. The fight for working families, the fight for justice, the fight for racial justice, for economic justice, for environmental justice, this has been my fight for my whole life. I was a teacher. I was a researcher. I was studying what happened to working families across this country. And I only got into politics because it was another tool to be able to fight for those families. I'm staying in that fight.
Senator Elizabeth Warren, Senator, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And back with me now, our panel of Major Garrett, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Antoine Seawright, as you just saw. Major, let's talk a little bit about what we've heard from the candidates just now, starting with Senator Warren. I mean, she is someone who entered into this debate hall very much trying to kind of get that momentum, perhaps, that has eluded her, right?
Sure. On stage tonight, you saw several candidates trying to galvanize, maybe for the first time, or re-galvanize something that they once had. I would put Vice President Biden in the re-galvanize category. Pete Buttigieg tried to galvanize something that looked impressive in Iowa, not so impressive in New Hampshire, very much not impressive in Nevada. He's looking for a restart, a reboot here in South Carolina. Same with Amy Klobuchar. And to a lesser degree, Mike Bloomberg, not here in South Carolina, but introducing himself in a better way than he did the first time for Super Tuesday. All of that was not only at stake, but part of the underlying motivations. And the great thing now is we get to watch and see exactly how the voters interpreted what they saw. And what they saw was a good deal of substance. We tried to do that. That was a goal, an avowed goal of the questioners, myself included. Let's get to some substance, and I think we accomplished at least part of that tonight.
Major, some candidates came into tonight's debate looking for it to be a political filling station, as we say in South Carolina, Elaine, fill up and get the needed and necessary fumes to go the rest of the way, even to get through Saturday. I'm not sure that mission was accomplished by everyone, because there was some on that debate stage tonight, Caitlin, that really got lost in the noise and did not come through in the lyrics part.
Everybody tonight on stage, it looked like they were kind of campaign. This is their last ditch effort, right? Super Tuesday is a week away. That's where all the bulk of the delegates will be decided. You heard from Elizabeth Warren just now. She really went after Michael Bloomberg, and that makes me wonder if these candidates still feel like Bloomberg has a shot, even after some poor debate performances.
Well, you certainly can't ignore the financial resources he has poured in so far, more than $400 million, and the financial resources he can perpetually call upon. As Antoine knows better than I do, because he's actually involved in politics, I'm just an observer. You don't stop a campaign because you give up hope. You stop a campaign because you've run out of money. And the people who once wrote checks for you and once believed in you to contribute to you stop believing. Yeah. And South Carolina is going to be one of those way stations where people are either going to keep believing or stop believing.
Well, Major, keep in mind, there are candidates on the debate stage tonight that have spent $0 in Super Tuesday states, while California's early voting, North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas, and I think Minnesota. That could be problematic if the necessary money and momentum does not transfer from the Palmetto State.
Right, and the fact that you are measuring the distance between those dates, the South Carolina primary and Super Tuesday, you can measure it in hours.
It's a game of inches.
That means
it is literally a game of inches. So every play you run, every player you have on the field, i.e. endorsements with you, it all matters in the grand scheme of things.
And that's why this question of momentum looms so large over not only where Senator Sanders finds himself, where he's heading, and where people are trying to stop him from getting.
All right, still to come. We will have much more from Charleston, South Carolina after a break. Our panel of experts will be back to break down more highlights from tonight.
need to have an alternative to Donald Trump. I'm talking about doubling the minimum wage, cutting taxes by 10% for everybody who makes less than $250,000, and creating over 4.5 million good-paying union jobs.
That, of course, is Democratic presidential candidate Tom Steyer, who joins us now on set here in the Spin Room. Thank you very much for being with us.
Nice to be with you.
So our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker found you in third place here in South Carolina. And I wonder what your thought is after this performance tonight. Do you think you made enough of a connection to win? And what does success look like for you here?
Well, I think that I distinguish I think that the press wants to believe that this race is down to Bernie Sanders, a Democratic socialist, and Mike Bloomberg, someone who's had a career as a Republican politician. And what I was trying to say tonight, and I believe broke through on, is the idea that actually we need to pull this party together. That any one of those is a very risky choice that does increase the probability that we re-elect Donald Trump. That is someone who's worked for economic justice and racial justice and climate justice for well over a decade. I'm scared for the people of the United States if we really increase the chance that Donald Trump gets reelected. That would be a terrible outcome, and Democrats need to come together behind somebody who can pull this party together, who understands job creation and growth, which I do because of my business background, but also understands justice and has fought for it successfully, which I have.
Tom, you mentioned the press, so let's just talk about the press for a second.
Yeah.
Part of the narrative is, well, Mike Bloomberg can stay around as long as he wants to. I want to put the question to you. Can you stay around as long as you want to? Will you stay around in this race? Because you do have financial resources you can call upon to stay in this race for a very long time. Are you going to be in as long as Mike Bloomberg?
Look, you're right. I can stay around as long as I want. I want to be able to show that I can attract that diverse Democratic coalition that we need to pull together in November of 2020. I'm somebody who's built a big grassroots organization. I've been working with the African American community for years on issues. I've been fighting for racial justice. I've built a bank around racial justice. Right. I want to be able to show that I can pull together, that I can stay in as long as I want.
Where else are you going to do it? Well, you have to hit 15% here in South Carolina. Looks like you're going to do that. You have to hit 15% in order to get delegates in this race. That's how it works. Right. You're probably going to do that here. Where else are you going to do it? You're going to do it in California?
I think if I do well here, I don't want to do just that. I want to do better than that in South Carolina to show that actually I'm the person who can do that. And then I want to take it from here and do it in all the other Super Tuesday states to say, look, this is what a progressive Democrat looks like. This is what a progressive Democrat who understands growth and job creation looks like. This is how we actually beat Donald Trump in November. That is the goal. And I believe that we've got to get behind someone who can do that. And I'm trying to show that it's me.
Kaylin?
We've seen in our CBS News Battleground Tracker poll that Joe Biden has lost some support among black voters while you've gained support. What have you been doing here in South Carolina to make up some ground?
Look, I'm talking explicitly about race. You know, I think, and I tried to say tonight, there is a substantial racial subtext to every policy area in the United States. We have not been honest about it. We've not been willing to deal with it honestly. And I'm actually trying to do that. You know, that's why I talk about reparations, because that is the truth. Something terrible happened. We have never resolved it. We've never told the truth about what's happened. And we have to do it together, including about African American contributions to America, building America and leading America morally, so that we can actually figure out the best way to repair the damage so that we can move on for everybody.
And on that issue, Tom, reparations, some people talk about a commission to study. You want to go farther than that, more rapidly than that, as I understand it, correct?
Look, a commission to study is a commission to delay. I am talking about a solutions-oriented group to start on day one to decide not whether to do it, but how best to do it. And I think it would be inappropriate for me to dictate the best way to do it. The one thing that I've spoken about very specifically is $125 billion for the historically black colleges and universities. It's a perfect example of something where...
You regard that as a down payment?
I do. That's 30 times what they're... In an average year, that would be 30 times what they're getting now. And in the highest year, it's 100 times what they'd be getting now. I'm talking about reviving a system that's worked, that has a great historical reason for being, which is black kids couldn't go to the mainline colleges and universities. And we can rejuvenate and revive that system to a place better than it's ever been as a way of, you're right, making a down payment to make sure that kids get a chance to go as far as they can in terms of education.
Tom Steyer. Tom, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's continue the conversation here with the panelists. And Major Garrett, let me start with you because this question, right, of reparations and the specificity, right, it is all about the details here. And how does one begin this painful calculation? How is that determined? It's a very difficult question.
And it wasn't so long ago that the debate stage was much larger and a woman named Marianne Williamson was on the stage. And she said something, whether you like Marianne Williamson or not, she said something that I found to be deeply profound, which is it's about dollars, but it's also about the apology. Right. It's about the psychological weight of an America saying this was an injustice of massive proportion, and the process of apologizing and recognizing it has a psychic weight almost equivalent to the dollar amount. That was something that gained a lot of attention for her in that conversation. And it's part and parcel of this entire process. And I think when Tom Steyer says a commission means pushing it off, you don't need a commission to apologize. You don't need a national movement in Congress to apologize. But it does become far more difficult, not only politically, but practically, some of the mechanistic ways of determining what is the dollar amount, who qualifies, and what is the year-by-year basis of that. But the apology itself has its own weight.
Antoine, let me ask you, how resonant is this issue of reparations for African-American voters?
Well, Elaine, you know, my grandparents were sharecroppers. They could not read or write, so they did not have some of the things that most communities had who did not look like mine. And so I don't know if you can put a dollar amount on the experiences or the life experiences that my sharecropping grandparents in Swansea, South Carolina went through. But here's what I do know. For every African-American family like mine, they want a better quality of life for the next generation. So the best way we can answer the call or answer the question is to ensure a policy agenda that speaks to the hearts and minds of communities that look like mine, so they're no longer generational struggles. And that's what we have to do with this party. This Democratic Party has a challenge and an obligation to make future generations better than previous generations.
But the fact that this conversation is happening at all in a state where 60% of the Democratic primary electorate 4 years ago was African American is a sign, or helps explain why Tom Steyer is in third place. He has sparked this conversation. He has caught the attention of black voters in this state, and it's helped him over the last several weeks when nobody else was looking. He was here in South Carolina, plodding away, building support to the point now where Joe Biden had to go out of his way tonight to try to call him out on a few things to try to blunt his momentum.
Caitlin, is Tom Steyer a name, when you've had conversations with voters, that comes up with voters? And if so, what are their impressions?
It does. First of all, he has spent a lot of money, especially here in South Carolina.
Do you think?
His name is all over the airwaves. So when I hear from voters, they say that they've seen an ad from Tom Steyer. But I think what he was talking about was also the ground game that he's built up here. He's spent a lot of time here, and that's something that people have seen him or heard about them. It's not just the ads. I'm wondering, though, I mean, Antoine, we've been talking a lot over the course of this campaign about the generational divides in a state like South Carolina, and where you're starting to see some of Biden's support maybe fracture a little bit. What are some of those generational divides? Is that something that speaks to this?
I don't know if it's generational, but I think it's more of the ebbs and flows. But I do know Tom Steyer is smart because he's doing a high-tech and a high-touch style of campaigning in a state like South Carolina. That matters, and for states that follow South Carolina on the map.
All right, Major Garrett, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Ed O'Keefe, and Antoine Seawright, thank you all so much. Coverage will continue on our 24-hour streaming network, CBSN. You can watch it at cbsnews.com or download the CBS News app. We'll have results from our instant poll to get a look at how voters reacted to this latest debate. There will be more from South Carolina on your late local news on this CBS station. And be sure to stay tuned for a special live edition of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. From all of us at CBS News, good night from Charleston. Good evening and welcome to special coverage of the 10th Democratic presidential debate. I'm Elaine Quijano. 7 Democratic presidential hopefuls took the stage Tuesday night with just days until the South Carolina primary and a week until the Super Tuesday contests. Senator Bernie Sanders entered the debate fresh off a win in the Nevada caucuses. He says he's the frontrunner and faced a barrage of attacks from the beginning. They included criticisms over his record on guns, electability, and reports that Russia is trying to assist his campaign. Former Mayor Michael Bloomberg was on the debate stage for the second time this cycle. He once again faced criticism and questions from Senator Elizabeth Warren. She pressed Bloomberg over comments made to female employees and whether Democratic voters can trust him. Former Vice President Joe Biden is hoping for a strong finish in South Carolina. He said he's going to win Saturday's primary in a state that's been called his firewall. There were also the familiar discussions over health care, the economy, foreign policy, and who the best person is to take on President Trump in November. Here are some of the night's key moments.
Of the last 50 polls that have been done nationally, I beat Trump 47 of those 50 times. What every study out there, conservative or progressive, says Medicare for all will save money. Ours will cost about $45 billion, not $60 trillion.
No, I was talking.
We are looking at a party that has decided that we're either going to support someone who's a Democratic socialist or somebody who has a long history of being a Republican.
9 people shot dead by a white supremacist. Bernie voted 5 times against the Brady bill. I'm not saying he's responsible for the 9 deaths, but that man would not have been able to get that weapon with the waiting period had been what I suggest until you are cleared.
The mayor even said that they disproportionately stopped white people too often and minorities too little. There's 7 white people on this stage talking about racial justice.
At least I didn't have a boss who said to me, kill it. The way that Mayor Bloomberg
never
is alleged
said that.
to have said to one of his pregnant employees.
Nobody accused me of doing anything other than just making a comment or two. And what the senator did suggest was that we release these women from the non-disclosure agreement. I did that 2 days later.
The time has come for us to stop acting like the presidency is the only office that matters. Not only is this a way to get Donald Trump reelected, we got a House to worry about. We got a Senate to worry about.
Joining me now is our panel of Major Garrett, Antoine Seawright, and Ed O'Keefe. Major is CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent. Antoine is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Ed O'Keefe is a CBS News political correspondent. And we are also joined on set by former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg. Mayor, thanks so much for being with us.
Sure thing. Great to be with you.
So I want to ask you about your support among African-American voters in this state, where we know it is such a critical part of the Democratic electorate. Our recent CBS News Battleground Tracker poll found that you lag behind Joe Biden, Tom Steyer, Bernie Sanders when it comes to that. Do you think that your performance here and the time that you have left until Saturday's primary is enough to make up ground with those voters?
Yes, I do. I'm humbled by the challenge of asking for votes, especially from black voters and black women who have been the backbone of this party and have felt taken for granted again and again by politics as usual. And those who are doing the best are either those who have had decades to get known or billions to make up for not having those decades. I've got neither of those things, but what I do have is a comprehensive vision for supporting Black America. It's called the Frederick Douglass Plan. It's on our website, peteforamerica.com. But maybe more importantly, what I have is a determination to listen to the voices of those whose lived experience I can only understand by seeking to include and gather those voices, as I will in my White House, just as they've been such an important part of how we shape the policies in this campaign. I recognize that I've got to earn that vote, and I'm ready to do it, and I believe in the days ahead, as so many voters sort through their final look at those options before Saturday, it's a great chance to connect with Black Americans.
Mayor Pete, no candidate has won the Democratic nomination since 1992 without strong, deep, wide, and broad support among African-American voters. This process will reset on Saturday. It will reset again on Tuesday of next week for Super Tuesday, and Black and brown voters will have a loud say-so in this process. How do you intend to put together the coalition it's going to take to not only win the nomination, but to put this country back on track and win the White House.
Well, it's with a message of economic empowerment. It's a message of delivering health equity. We've seen how the systemic and institutional racism that we've experienced in this country, that black Americans have experienced, and that has been tolerated for far too long, is affecting everything from health to housing to education to access to the vote itself. And, I was humbled by the awareness that there were 7 white folks up there talking about racial justice. And so the best thing that I think we can do is to try to make sure that these voices who have had the lived experience are lifted up and welcome the opportunity as we go into these states that are up ahead. Of course, South Carolina, the biggest black vote yet, and the states to come, to make sure we're having that conversation so that voters can hear from us directly, but also so we can hear from voters about what's on their minds and what they expect of us, what we must deliver. And of course, in order to deliver, we've got to win. One other thing that I hear very consistently, especially from black and brown voters who are feeling the pain of living under Donald Trump's administration more than anybody, is we must win. And what you saw tonight were 2 very different visions about how to do it, Senator Sanders and mine.
Mr. Mayor, I talked to Vice President Biden after the debate, and he said Senator Sanders remains an unvetted frontrunner, that his record and his rhetoric, some of it somewhat old, is still relevant and in some cases disqualified. Do you agree that he's unvetted and that some of his positions, either rhetorically or in his own record, are disqualified?
Well, I was looking out into the audience and seeing some people I know who have helped turn red districts blue. Folks like Joe Cunningham right here in Charleston, who remarkably was able to succeed as a Democrat here. I don't want him to be caught in November as he's trying to defend that critical House seat, trying to explain why this party put forward Bernie Sanders when we could have nominated a Democrat. I do think that these statements and these positions are going to be very difficult, not only for the purpose of winning the White House, but those absolutely critical House and Senate seats.
Which statements and which positions?
Well, for example, I don't want anyone running for office, down ticket, to have to explain why we've got a nominee in Senator Sanders who is inviting people to look on the bright side of the Castro regime. I also think that there's this kind of nostalgia for the past that I keep hearing. President Trump's got a nostalgia for the 50s. And what I'm hearing from Senator Sanders is a kind of nostalgia for the revolutions of the 60s. I'm worried about the 2020s. We've got to move forward, and we're never going to be able to turn the page if we're still relitigating votes from the 90s and Cold War policies from the 60s.
Real quick, Mayor Buttigieg, right before the debate, your campaign released a memo outlining exactly how you're hoping to stop Senator Sanders on Super Tuesday. It says, in part, the goal is to minimize Sanders' margins on Super Tuesday and rack up delegates in the March 10th and March 17th contest. So you're looking deeper into March.
That's right.
Specifically says that you have a pathway to the Democratic nomination if Sanders' lead is, if someone can get within 350 delegates of him. Where and how are you going to do that?
Well, it begins with doing well here in South Carolina. Super Tuesday is ahead, but as you said, we're looking beyond Super Tuesday as well. We cannot allow ourselves to be in a position where the only person left standing is Senator Sanders, who most Democrats don't want. Most Democrats have voted for somebody other than Bernie Sanders. Of course, that's lots of different people, but I've got the most delegates of anybody other than Bernie Sanders. I've got the most votes of anybody other than Bernie Sanders. So if you're for somebody other than Bernie Sanders, I'm inviting you to my campaign.
Where are you going to do this? So you stopped in Colorado and Virginia on your way here.
That's right.
You
Phenomenal
expect
energy.
to do well there?
Yeah, we had phenomenal energy in Colorado, in Virginia, in Utah, and we're going to continue campaigning across the map to make sure that we earn that success in states that have not gotten a lot of attention.
And
up to now.
hesitate to mention the website as you answer this, but will you have the money needed to do that?
Why,
when
thank
you're
you for
running
the
against Mike? No, I said hesitate. Don't do it. You've done it enough.
Part of my job. PeteForAmerica.com.
Ed, what are you talking about? You can't say that and not let him say it.
He was going to do it
Let him say it. You get mad. Let him say
But I also appreciated the chance to clear something up that was important tonight, because I think that Senator Sanders had people believing that a handful of wealthy individuals are responsible for most of my campaign finance, when actually the reverse is true. Here in Colorado,
Charleston.
Here in Charleston. Although actually probably in Colorado too. I got to do the numbers there. But in Charleston area alone, over 2,000 donors who have contributed more than all of the 50 or so people he singles out. This is a campaign that is fueled by grassroots fundraising. How else does a mayor from South Bend, Indiana, not exactly an establishment fundraising powerhouse, how does somebody in that position come to be here? It's because we have the right message about how to move the country forward. how to prepare for the threats that we're going to face in the future, from election security, climate security, global health security, and issues like coronavirus, and critically to do it in a way that will actually bring together a divided country that is sick of the chaos, sick of the toxicity, ready for something new.
All right, say it.
Say
The website.
PeakForAmerica.com.
There you go. All right.
Or win $10 if you're a billionaire. Do 1,000 or more, because we need all the help that we can get. If you're a billionaire, your taxes will go up. But at the end of the day, this is about making sure we defeat Donald Trump, putting together the majority that can do that, and do it with a big enough margin that we're actually sending Trumpism into the history books too. And for that to happen, we've got to have a campaign that's about inclusion, that is about calling fellow Democrats, calling independents, calling some of those Republicans who are sick of this president too, and saying we are in this together. That's what my campaign is about. That's how we're going to win.
Former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for joining us. And let's continue our conversation now with our panel. So, Antoine, I want to start with you, because this question of being conversant on issues of racial justice, you laughed just a moment ago when the mayor said, you repeated the line about being very conscious of the fact that he was among 7 Caucasian people on that stage. When you look at the discussions that are taking place now, we just talked about reparations with Tom Steyer. Is that something that voters here take particular notice of? Is someone's ability to be conversant on these issues?
Oh, absolutely. Because the one thing voters have made clear through this process is you do not have to look like me in order to stand up and speak out about my issues. Mm-hmm. However, if I do trust you, I expect for you to speak from a place that I would like for you to speak from on the issues that matter to me. Mm-hmm. I think that's been demonstrated to several candidates on the stage who enjoy a coalition of support that includes African Americans being at the nerve center. However, I do not think we can only sit in this moment for the purposes of a primary election and forget about these same people and their issues in a general election, and that's been part of the criticism from African American voters about this party. We take certain communities for granted, and I don't think we can afford to do that because we do not have candidates of color in the race still.
All right, let's bring into this conversation our CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto. Anthony, you were hard at work during the debate with this instant poll. What did you find?
Hot off the presses, or at least the printer in the back in the production room.
Make noise with it. Come on, make Carolina printer. Pretty hot. Come on, make noise with it. Make
This is good. It's good. So what we did was we talked to an audience of debate watchers across the nation, and first thing we asked them was, who impressed you? And tell us everybody who impressed you. And it was Bernie Sanders on top by a little bit. He's at 45%, and then Joe Biden just back of him. And Elizabeth Warren, Ed's looking over here, so I'll share this, and it's up on screen. Elizabeth Warren, and then Mayor Pete Buttigieg just back of them. So tightly bunched. Michael Bloomberg and Tom Steyer lower down there. That's a little bit reminiscent of the debate last time too. So order coming in seemed like it stays about even. The other thing though of note is that we asked people, okay, did the candidates spend more time drawing distinctions, or we said criticizing each other, or making the case for themselves? And look at that lopsided number, criticizing each other. And obviously for everybody who watched this, that was certainly a hallmark of the first part of this.
Yeah, and so just so people understand a little bit of the methodology, we don't have to go too into the weeds, but how many people did you talk to? And they're from all different parts of the country, yes?
All over the country, 1,500 people who took this. They knew it was coming. So they knew that we were going to ping them right after the debate, and so they watched it, and then they took the survey very quickly after it. It took them between 20, 25 minutes afterwards, and we got the data back, and here it is.
And a margin of error of 3.2%, which is perfectly within line of a well-done and large and comprehensive survey.
Yeah, well, we had 10,000 interviews in our national survey, and then from that, we drew down from debate watchers and then onto this. The other thing I do want to share, though, is that we asked people, and these are Democrats watching, did the debate make the Democrats' ideas and platforms more clear? A majority said yes, 52%, more clear. Now, that part of that is drawing distinctions between each other. Only 14% saying less clear, and a third saying no effect. So people did seem like they felt like they got some clarity out of this debate.
Well, that's because this debate is the most perhaps consequential to this day because of the constituencies that will be birthed from this debate. Right. And I think people are looking for this debate to bring some clarity because of what I call a campaign reset.
And I'll add this, in terms of what Democrats are looking for, right? We gave people a list that we put together during the debate of what was the most memorable moment of the night. And the thing that stood out was Amy Klobuchar saying that if the Democrats tear each other apart, that Donald Trump will win.
Interesting.
So there still is this desire out there among Democrats for some kind of unity.
Right.
Yeah.
But as we all know, people yearn for peace, but they watch war.
That's good, Major.
Wow, there's Antoineisms, there's Majorisms.
The philosophy of Major Garrett.
That's amazing.
That's in politics, ladies and gentlemen. It might be true in the rest of life, but it's certainly true in politics.
I feel enlightened.
What do the rest of these things tell us, though? I mean, when you look at these other moments, right? These are sort of to be expected based on the conversations and the discussions that have been taking place. This issue, Antoine, I'm curious about billionaires and the benefit that they have received under the current economic system. For people here in South Carolina, where I was looking at some of the polling data, and they talk about the importance of the economy and jobs. Those are such critical issues, as I know we've discussed many times. I mean, does that resonate?
Well, you have to understand there are people in South Carolina and places across the South who do not feel this great benefit, Major Garrett, that Donald Trump and the Republican Party talks about when it comes to this economy. Forget about trying to make ends meet. There are people putting two ends together, Anthony, hoping that ends will meet in places like South Carolina. And for states that follow South Carolina, that's true. And I think that is part of the reason we see this great big uprising of gravity and intensity and activation among activists to go to the polls and have representation for people who can understand and communicate their issues.
So Anthony was kind enough to hand the numbers.
Or rather, you just.
No, he handed them.
I'm teasing.
I've memorized them already.
Okay,
so
got it.
And graphics, guys, if we have questions 6 and 7, this is kind of interesting. Tonight, who made the best case they could defeat Donald Trump? 26% Bernie Sanders, 21% Joe Biden, but in third, 14% none of them. And then, question 7. How did this debate make you feel about the group of Democratic candidates that you have to choose from? Check all that apply. 47% nervous, 42% optimistic, 25% inspired, 25% excited, pessimistic, 16%, uninspired, 13%.
Right.
But, I mean, that shows you that there's still some real concerns about this.
It is a mix. Some people got really nervous about this. Some people got optimistic, and it probably had a lot to do with
Ladies and gentlemen, I know something about this because before I was in television, I was also a print reporter.
Yes.
And one thing you learn about television is when the graphics department isn't ready, you just have to call them out and then just read them, all right? So what happens is when they don't have they tell you all the graphics that are ready.
Hashtag BTS.
There you go.
Yeah, behind the scenes.
But good information, Ed. Real solid. Thanks, brother.
Still new with this. May not be as bad.
Yes,
Can I say one thing about this that has really blown apart a theory I had before this debate? The fact that people say Bernie Sanders is better suited to take on Donald Trump after this debate, when I said, and I still believe this in my heart, maybe Anthony's data may be wrong somewhere. I'm joking. I'm joking, Anthony. But the fact that Bernie Sanders is a progressive, the South tends to be more a centrist type place for voters. That really threw me off in your data.
Well, this isn't just South Carolina. This is likely Democratic primary votes across the country.
It's nationwide. It's nationwide. We also asked if Bernie Sanders did a good job or bad job defending himself from the attacks that came his way, which were his past stances on socialist or communist countries, and a majority said he did a good job at that. So look, the big takeaway here is folks who came into this supporting Bernie Sanders saw enough to keep them in that camp. This probably doesn't shake these things up for him.
One last observation I'll make about this, because I see some similarities between what I observed in 2016, which is an outsider candidate who has a history of consistency, mobilizing a populist base within the party, and then a series of other people saying, no, 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 that person can't possibly lead the party. That is a diffuse message that divides those constituencies within the party that actually believe that, allowing the populist, consistent, either revolutionary in the phraseology of Bernie Sanders or rigged, tear it down phraseology of Donald Trump to say, I'm here, I'm certain, and I'm passionate. And by percentages, not by majority, but by significant plurality percentages, continuing to knock that field down and move toward the nomination. I'm not saying it's over by any stretch of the imagination, but I do see some modest parallels between what I observed in 2016 and what I'm beginning to see play out now.
Because there is a continuing argument, and it was in the Republican Party and it is now in the Democratic Party, over what it takes to be electable, which is a word we've all thrown around. And some people say it takes a moderate, it takes that centrist, and other people say, oh, no, there are no more centrists. And there aren't many more swing voters, and it takes passion, and it takes mobilization of the base, and a clear message. And that fight defines the candidate fight that you see.
Yes, electability very much, as I keep saying, in the eye of the beholder. All right, we have much more to talk about, clearly, from Charleston, South Carolina, after a break. You're streaming CBSN.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
Face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
on CBS Sunday Morning.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world.
We're going to begin with breaking news.
Begins with the right questions.
Have police discovered a motive? Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters there expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
Welcome back to Charleston, South Carolina. Right now, I am joined by Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Molly Hooper, and Caitlin Huey-Burns. Linda is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie is also a CBS News political contributor and is a Republican strategist. Molly is a CBSN political contributor, and Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. Welcome to all of you. I want to start by getting all of your reactions from tonight's debate. And Caitlin, let's start with you.
Well, we were saying before that it felt like on that debate stage, everybody had something to prove and little left to lose at this point. They were really competing as if this might have been their last chance on the debate stage. Super Tuesday is just a week away, as we've been saying all day. The two questions I had going into this were, first, can these candidates blunt any momentum that Bernie Sanders has after coming off that big win in Nevada and that win in New Hampshire? And I don't think they really stunted his momentum. I think they spent a lot of time going after each other, but I don't think that they really prevented him from continuing on. The other big question I had was Joe Biden, how he would do. Remember, we've been talking about how much he has at stake here in South Carolina, and I think that he had a good night. He accomplished what he needed to do. He asserted himself on the debate stage in ways we haven't seen him before. So I think in terms of being able to do no harm, I think he accomplished that as well, especially since stakes are so high for him here.
Molly, what did you see tonight?
I think that, after the debate, I went and I sort of talked to some of the Congressional Black Caucus members who are here and people around their political team. And they thought that Joe Biden had a really good night, that he came out and he had a message to deliver, especially to the African-American community in this state. And he delivered it. Off the bat, I think that he was the first candidate to mention the fact that we are within walking distance, across the street from Mother Emanuel Church where the shooting was, the Charleston shooting. And Joe Biden was the first one to mention that. And I think that resonated with the audience. And again, Congressional Black Caucus members who represent a broader swath of African-American voters in this country.
Leslie?
Bernie had a good night. Despite the fact there were attacks made at him, he still got a pass in terms of substantially defending why he thinks his policies would be a better choice versus the alternative. So in terms of blunting the Bernie momentum, this socialist insurgency within the Democratic Party, did not see that happen. I think Klobuchar certainly had a very good night. It was solid, but I don't know that gets her anywhere. And the third thing I was looking at is, did the rupture continue? Did they continue to rip apart the fabric of the Democratic Party? And they did. And that was the surprising part. You would have thought that they got the call that said, hey, we need to really think ahead here. We're going to all have to come together very, very soon. But that didn't happen. And it's definitely going to leave an impact. We just don't know what yet.
Linda.
I said earlier that my eye was on Joe Biden, and I think he had a solid, if not his strongest night that he's had in the entire debate series, and that is building on last week's, I thought, very solid debate performance for him. I think it was very clear that he felt at home. He knew he was in South Carolina, and he was much more comfortable than we've seen him before. And also, clearly, he had gotten the guidance, the coaching that you need to go on offense. You need to be taking things where you want the discussion to go. And I think that was, a lot of progress for him. I also believe that because we are where we are and because they've put so much effort into this state, that, these debate performances, as we've seen most recently, have made a difference. And that could be the ultimate defining factor for him this coming Saturday.
Linda, so within the first 15 minutes of the debate, we saw, not surprisingly, attacks against Senator Sanders, going after him on a variety of topics. How much concern is there within the Democratic Party that he, in fact, could become the nominee?
Well, I think it depends on who you're talking to, right? Of course, those who are Democrats who are supporting him are really excited about where he is at this moment. But if you're talking about what we would qualify as more establishment Democrats, I think that there is a lot of pretty widespread concern about what the down ballot impact could be if we had Bernie Sanders as the nominee, for a whole host of different reasons, not the least of which that his viewpoints tend to be further to the left than candidates who are going to be trying to win a second term in swing districts that they barely won in 2018 on a much more kind of moderate and healthcare-based platform, but not Medicare for all healthcare, building on the Affordable Care Act healthcare.
Well, and that was actually kind of funny, because one point that Mike Bloomberg did make, or he attempted to make, was one of the reasons why the Democrats were able to retake control of the House is because he invested millions of dollars into those 21 districts, now 40 total, but 21 districts where Trump won. And those are the majority makers. And he almost caught himself. He was about to say, "I bought them."
Yes.
And he had to stop.
That, yes, we all took note.
And everybody, you could hear the whole gasp, like, did he? He did.
Right.
But yeah, that's where Mike Bloomberg, a former Republican, came in and helped the Democrats win back control of the House. And I think that there is some conflict. Again, going back to Capitol Hill, which is my bailiwick. Members of Congress who were in fact helped by Mike Bloomberg, maybe why they aren't coming out strongly against him, or maybe considering actually endorsing him because of that help.
It was interesting, though, Mike Bloomberg, Leslie, brought up the coronavirus, and specifically the Trump administration's actions sort of in the wake of it. And he sort of pivoted very quickly to that attack, to which the president actually responded. I don't have the tweet in front of me, but essentially defending what his administration has done with respect to the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, in the wake of the coronavirus outbreak. How vulnerable is the president, do you think, on that issue of the handling of it? Or is it a case where, as Terry Sullivan said earlier, that this is something that come October, it really will not have been a factor for most voters?
Well, it's hard to say with a virus, right?
Yeah,
we may still be talking about it, unfortunately. It's not like smallpox or something you get inoculated. But with respect to that, people aren't going to connect the dots that the president has or hasn't been responsive, because there's so much publicity around the genesis of this. And how it started in China and how it's moved this way. So if anything, it emboldens the president to say, I have been taking strong stands against that. We've been working very hard to protect men and women in our armed forces, who are really the first line of defense in inoculation and protecting, our borders. So I think, if anything, he'll get high marks. The question we're going to watch, Elaine, I think you just hit on it, is the economic impact. We're already seeing the downturn in Wall Street, just the frightened kind of response to the global economic impact it'll have. Should that play an impact in October, then you are looking at that October surprise. It could be a problem for the president. But the president today, as of now, has the highest approval on the economy that anyone's had in the last 2 decades. So he's riding on that for his reelection.
Caitlin, I wonder, in your conversations with voters, not just here in South Carolina, but elsewhere, the economy as an issue, how much do people sort of bring that up with respect to their own personal situations and whether or not they feel they are, in fact, better off under the Trump administration?
That's right. I think this is one of the biggest challenges for Democrats, and they've acknowledged it, that yes, the economy looks good on paper, but when you hear them campaigning and when you hear voters talk about it, they're still very much concerned about their own personal bottom lines. And that's why healthcare is such a big issue on the campaign trail, because over and over again, voters talk about the cost of healthcare, the cost of their prescription drugs, the cost of their premiums. This is something that's very tangible for them in terms of their own economic bottom line. They also talk about wages. They talk about opportunity. They talk about discretionary income. And this is where Democrats are trying to make gains, that yes, the economy looks good under the Trump administration on paper, but when you talk to people in the middle class, it doesn't really fit the picture that Trump is trying to paint. But it does, I think, present a significant challenge for Democrats, because the president's going to run on the economy, even as he runs a lot on cultural and social issues as well. The economy is going to be something that Republicans, I think, who are not entirely enamored by him, will still point to as a reason for coalescing around him. And in these kinds of elections, a consolidated base really matters.
Absolutely. All right, Linda Tran, Leslie Sanchez, Molly Hooper, and Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you all very much. We have much more from Charleston, South Carolina after a break. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Let's talk about the latest developments. There's so many levels to this.
We have a CBS News exclusive.
Fires in California. What happens next, and how does it all play out?
We are on a mission with NASA.
I understand you have some breaking news. It's not over yet, is the bottom line.
This is a massive operation.
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day. Wow. That's not normal.
Telling the whole story means going where the story is.
How did you get rescued?
Listening when people are hurting. Getting to the heart of what matters.
Wow.
That's who Norah is. That's what Norah does. The CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell from Washington, D.C.
Good morning to you and welcome to CBS This Morning.
Understanding the world
We're going to begin with breaking news.
begins with the right questions.
And police discovered a motive. Does the president have a red line here?
What can voters expect to see today?
Join Gayle King, Anthony Mason, and Tony DeCopel on CBS This Morning.
We know a little more this morning. This is a major development.
This is a very serious situation.
More news every morning on the show everyone is talking about.
We have much more news ahead for you.
CBS This Morning.
The biggest names in politics
Whoa, that's news. Were all of the president's security advisors in full agreement?
face the questions you want answered.
Are we at a tipping point? Can you walk the American people through what happens next?
Margo, that's a great question.
Good question.
Are you saying you did not ever hear of such a deal?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jane Pauley, and this is Sunday Morning.
Experience thought-provoking, innovative, and truly original reporting.
Hey, Jane.
Because there's always something new under the sun.
Please join us when our trumpet sounds again
On CBS Sunday Morning.
Welcome back. We spoke with most of the candidates who were on stage tonight in Charleston, South Carolina. Here are their remarks. And joining our panel now, Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota. Senator, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you. Enjoyed the debate.
So I want to talk a little bit, first of all, of where you stand right now. In our latest CBS News Battleground Tracker, it found that you're polling in the single digits with African-American voters here in South Carolina. How are you feeling coming off the debate stage now?
Good. I have to earn that support. I know that. And I think I made some pretty pointed comments about my plans, that this means not just investing in economic opportunity and improving our criminal justice system, but it's also about making sure people can vote. And I'm the leader in the U.S. Senate